distinguished guests, respected faculty members, students, community leaders, and friends joining us from across the Eastern Himalaya and beyond. With immense joy and deep purpose, the Balipara Foundation and Royal Global University welcome you to the 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum 2025. For over a decade, this forum has stood as a beacon for ecological intelligence, a space where communities, scientists, policymakers, entrepreneurs, and culture bearers come together to reimagine the future of our forests, our rivers, and our people. It is here that this community with naturenomics took shape, transforming into a collective force for regeneration and community resilience. Distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, before we dive deep, let's rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This year feels extraordinary because Balipara Foundation's journey over the past year has been indeed transformational. From restoring forests with communities across the Eastern Himalaya, strengthening indigenous governance and cultural inheritance, to shaping young ecological leaders, to expanding partnerships that bring science, technology, and traditional wisdom together. This year, we mark a historic milestone, our collaboration with 4 leading universities of Northeast India, a remarkable step towards embedding naturenomics into the heart of our academic, ecological, and cultural future. Today, with great honor, we stand at the esteemed Assam Royal Global University, one of Assam's youngest yet fastest growing centers of excellence. Established in 2013 under the visionary leadership of its founder and chancellor, Dr. A.K. Pansari, RGU has rapidly evolved from the royal group of institutions into a vibrant, multidisciplinary university. In just over a decade, it has become a preferred destination for students across the Northeast, known for its world-class infrastructure, industry-linked curriculum, and commitment to fostering innovation and leadership. The university's growing legacy is shaping new generations of thinkers, professionals, entrepreneurs, and change makers. And today, it's a part of the new chapter as one of the 4 anchor academic institutions of the 13th Naturenomics Forum, along with Guwahati University, Indian Institute of Technology Guwahati, and Cotton University. Together, these 4 universities mark a milestone year for naturenomics, a year where education, ecology, and community coverage to shape the future of the Eastern Himalaya. The theme of this year's forum, friends, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, is the third pole and the future of Eastern Himalaya, HIMSAGAR for that matter. A theme that defines where we stand today. A region that holds the third pole's forests, waters, and biodiversity. A region where indigenous knowledge meets scientific innovation. This theme, it's not just a concept, it is a North Star guiding our conversations, collaborations, and collective actions for 2025 and beyond. That is the background of this entire Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum, especially for this year in the year 2025. The journey we share is of course filled with hope. The people we work with give us a lot of courage. The forests definitely give us purpose. And the stories you are about to witness remind us that regeneration is not a dream. It is already happening, ladies and gentlemen. There is hope, and of course, there is power. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin with a message that captures the spirit. Let's have the AV running.
Rises the third pole, Earth's largest reservoir of fresh water after the Arctic and Antarctic, spanning the mighty Himalayan ranges, including the Eastern Himalaya and the vast Tibetan Plateau. This frozen crown holds nearly 15% of the world's ice, sustaining almost half the world's population, and is home to more than 10,000 plant species, 1,000 species of birds, and 800 species of animals, many of which are found nowhere else on Earth.
The world could lose at least a third of the Himalayan glaciers by the end of this century.
But this vital water tower is melting fast. With a quarter of its ice already lost in the last 50 years, the Eastern Himalaya, the HIMSAGAR, is at the front line of a crisis that affects us all. As rivers shrink, forests thin, and seasons shift, communities that have lived in harmony with nature for centuries now face an uncertain future. Yet in this urgency lies a call, not just to witness, but to act. Communities, scientists, and changemakers are reimagining a shared future through innovation, rewilding, and the wisdom of traditional knowledge. At the 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum, voices from across the world will come together, united by one mission: to secure the future of the third pole and the HIMSAGAR. This year, the forum unfolds across 4 leading universities in Guwahati, building an intergenerational dialogue on climate action, science, and innovation. Join us at the 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum on the 10th and 11th of December.
So that was the theme, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it a round of applause for the very concerned topic that we do hold 15% of ice of the world. And if that's melting, that's indeed a concern. Although the entire theme is very inspiring, and now to take a deeper dive and purpose into this year's forum, I am delighted to invite Karishma Ahmed, lead of the forums and digital communication at Balipara Foundation, to share a few words to mark the start of the forum.
Friends, all the students, faculty members, a very warm welcome to the 13th edition of the Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum. It is with immense joy and deep gratitude we welcome to you to the forum. Each year, this gathering becomes more than just a platform. It has evolved into a movement, a community of thinkers, doers, innovators, elders, youth, and custodians of our natural world. Today, it is indeed very special. I extend my thank you to Her Excellency, who's been present here for your time and support, the Chief Secretary, Government of Assam, for your presence, sir. Director, Kaziranga National Park. Vice President, Corporate Services, Mr. D.B. Ramam, for your presence, sir. Thank you indeed for your presence and time and for giving us your valuable support for this program. We really extend our heartfelt thanks to Royal Global University for really opening its doors, its minds, and its remarkable campus to us. Your partnership and belief in our mission strengthens the very foundation of this forum. Thank you for standing with us and nurturing the voices for the next generation. Without further delay, we would really want to start the program by setting the context of with a video which really shows the theme we are really looking forward going forward. Thank you.
High in the heart of Asia rises the third pole. In the eastern Himalaya, where rivers shape our valleys and forests guard ancient wisdom, a new kind of growth is rising. For too long, development meant extraction. Today, we ask, can growth heal? The answer is emerging from the land itself. Wild herbs, teas, oils, and forest foods are becoming community enterprises. Every product is proof nature is not a resource to take from, but a partner to grow with. And a new generation is carrying this forward. Rural tourism is restoring villages, creating livelihoods rooted in ecology. Finance is becoming inclusive, empowering women and indigenous entrepreneurs to scale regenerative businesses. This is Naturenomics, where natural capital becomes the foundation of prosperity.
With that being shared, we are now very clear about the entire theme this year, 2025. And now to present the welcome address, may I request Professor Dr. Nikhil Churungo, Dean, Royal School of Life Sciences and Agriculture, and Chairperson, Local Advisory Committee of the Assam Royal Global University, to present his welcome address. Sir.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here to speak to the August gathering. Honorable Ambassador of Norway to India, Her Excellency Mail Stener, Honorable Chief Secretary of Assam, Shri Ravi Kotaji, Shri D.B. Sudraman, Vice President Corporate Tata Steel, Dr. Sonali Ghosh, Director Kaziranga National Park, distinguished guests, faculty members, and my dear young students. It is a pleasure to be here to speak to you on this occasion. And you must have seen just now what's the theme of the conference. Before going into the details of the conference, I would like to welcome all of you to this university. Today is a landmark moment for this university, the Royal Global University, because as emphasized by the Honorable Chancellor, Shri Dr. A.K. Pansari ji, we reaffirm our commitment to environment, to a future which is the very soul of this region, the Eastern Himalayan. His message, a must for future of tomorrow. That means that if we have to think about tomorrow, care for tomorrow, we have to care for today. A must today for future of tomorrow reminds us that we choose to protect, what we choose to protect today will determine what we will get in future. Across the world, we have a shift in the economic parallels, now moving towards sustainability, and sustainability has become the key word. Sustainability in water resources, sustainability in forest resources, in opportunities, in financial services, all across, environment, climate innovation, sustainable food systems, ecosystem services, And the term naturonomics includes, encompasses all these components. I was really thinking the concept which has come about now of the third pole, it's an innovative concept, a new concept. Something which we have been hearing earlier, only two poles, south and the north pole. Now there's a concept of a third pole, which gives a new dimension that with a region which has 15% of the water resources, do we need to care about this region? Do we need to think about the future of this region? Do we need to think how this region can become a global economic hub? And there is no region which is more uniquely gifted in terms of bioresources, in terms of human resources than the Eastern Himalayan region. Here I must say that it's a great thought to have a forum like this for Eastern Himalaya, but the total Himalayan region encompasses from Hindu Kush in the west to Arunachal in the east can become a part of this concept, which will be a good thought and a good concept to progress further. This university has already embraced the green future. The entire university campus is green, with sustainable power resources, with no motor vehicles being exclusively driven in the campus, zero carbon stature, and future planning to have a net carbon, zero carbon campus. It integrates in its curriculum sustainability and empowering students to drive to real change, which is the theme of this university, that we need to drive our students, inculcate in our students a thought that they should go in for a sustainable future. The Nordic nations, especially Norway, stands as a global example in this regard, where young people lead climate solutions with innovation, responsibility, and courage. Same we are doing here. Inspired by the vision of our Honorable Chancellor, we are determined to develop an Indian model of sustainability with our focus on rich ecology, culture, and community values. So three things which combine together to focus on naturonomics, that is the ecology, culture, and community values. We are committed to become a leading institution in the Eastern Himalayan region with a focus on green ecology through education, research, and action. We are consistently and constantly designing, redesigning, and creating new programs which focus on sustainability through engineering, management, sciences, humanities, design, and technology. And transformation must begin at home. We believe in this thought, and that is why RGU is working towards becoming a carbon neutral campus. My friends, this is especially for students. You are not waiting for future, you are shaping the future, and you have to be part of the current to be part of the future. Some questions which we may ask ourselves: can my education be a factor that will contribute towards sustainability of economy of this region and globe as a whole? The skills that I am getting, skills that I am nurturing, can these be helpful in protecting the diversity and natural resources of Himalayan region? And last but not the least, can I be the guardian of the land? And I may say I am here for this university for the last 3 years plus. If the answer to any or all of these is yes, then Assam Royal Global University is there to help you in all these conditions to shape your future so that we can together shape the future of the globe. Let us ensure that when world looks for hope, when it seeks climate leadership, when it seeks the voice of Himalaya, it finds your voice emerging from the Assam Royal Global University, which will contribute towards the global economy and global future. And I'm sure the two-day meeting is going to contribute towards changing your thoughts to help us and human community to change the future, protect the future into a sustainable economy. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Prakriti.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights with us. And to officially introduce the 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum, let us honor the vision and legacy we are very honored to welcome Her Excellency May Ellen Sterner, Ambassador of Norway to India, for the leadership address on the roadmap for Asia's mountain regions. Her leadership in climate diplomacy and her commitment to global cooperation continue to inspire meaningful action. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a very warm round of applause and welcome to Her Excellency May Ellen Sterner for her address. Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning, ma'am. Please.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Balipara Foundation for this invitation. It's really inspiring to see this forum alive across 4 universities at once. Assam is welcoming, full of color, biodiversity, and enthusiastic people. I'm really delighted to be back in this beautiful state for the second time this year. And I must say, Asia's mountains matter to the world. The Eastern Himalaya and the wider Third Pole are not just local treasures. They are global climate stabilizers. They are also the water tower of Asia. Rivers born here feed households, farms, and power grids from the Indus to the Mekong. When these upstream ecosystems thrive, plains and deltas downstream, where billions of people live, are safer. Mountain choices become coastal realities. That is why cooperation across borders is essential. Climate change is the defining challenge. In recent years, the international scientific consensus is that climate change and biodiversity loss are taking place on a scale that will make it impossible to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. If we do not change course and halt greenhouse gas emissions. So, the window to secure a livable future is closing fast. But we know that short-term action can still decrease risk. As both India and Norway are mountain countries, we know that mountains are at the front line. High mountain Asia is warming faster than the global average. Glaciers are shrinking. This threatens irrigation, hydropower, and water security. If the Himalayas fail, water, food, and energy across Asia will be at risk. So why Norway here? Well, Norway has and India has a partnership for solutions. In the Norwegian-India strategy towards 2030, climate and environment is a key priority for our cooperation with India. And the reason for this is clear. As the world's largest country, India's path in climate and sustainability will affect global outcomes. The success of India will be the success of the world. Therefore, almost 2/3 of the Norwegian Embassy's cooperation projects in India are on climate, environment, and clean energy. Norway and India's partnership is practical and solution-driven and happens through real projects, not just good intentions. Together, we work on climate action, biodiversity, clean energy, and circular economy. 3 examples. First, the India-Norway Ocean Dialogue is a formal platform for joint work on marine litter, ocean observation, integrated ocean management, fisheries and aquaculture, and maritime safety. Second, the India-Norway Blue Economy Task Force links our ministries and experts on marine spatial planning, marine ecosystem accounting, and cutting emissions from shipping and ports. And third, the India-Norway Marine Pollution Initiative turns ideas into pilots and scale. Together with UNEP, UN Environment Programme, and Indian partners, we have supported capacity building, co-processing of non-recyclables into industrial energy, circular city systems, monitoring of plastics in rivers, and citizen cleanups. This initiative has now been extended to 2030. Norway's 2035 national plan under the Paris Agreement, the so-called NDC, commits to cutting emissions 70 to 75% below the 1990 level. We are doubling climate finance and stepping up support for adaptation, clean energy, and circular economy cooperation. We also welcome India's bold targets for renewable energy and its commitment to net zero by 2070. I was mentioning the blue economy, and it's also clear to us the blue economy begins in the mountains. Ocean health starts upstream. The Himalayan river system and the Indus are among the world's top pathways of plastic to the sea. Research has tracked billions of microplastic per day entering the Bay of Bengal in peak seasons. Himalayan brand audits show 80% of waste is single-use food and beverage packaging. So also the fix starts upstream. Better waste and extended producer responsibility enforcement, river monitoring and data sharing, municipal circularity, and safe co-processing of non-recyclables. That is exactly what our joint pilots are building. In one of our projects, where the Center for Science and Environment is our Indian partner, we have prepared a roadmap for northeastern states to integrate circular economy in their waste management, with a special focus on plastic waste. The intention is to increase the capacity of local authorities to deal with this problem at source. Let me also say India's forests, some of them here in Assam, that's a progress worth celebrating. I just learned India has increased forest and tree cover to 25% of its area. Forest cover stands at 22%. In the UN's annual forest assessment, India rose to 9th globally in total forest area in 2025 and remains 3rd in net annual forest gain. This is a major national achievement. Congratulations. India's considerable forest cover, rich biodiversity, and many protected areas are a testament to the efforts taken up by the government and the people. I'm also impressed with India's cheetah reintroduction project. It was also really exciting to hear about Mookie, the first Indian-born female cheetah that gave birth to 5 cubs. The Union Environment Minister described this as a delightful breakthrough. I completely agree with him. Let me also say something about Norway's global contributions. We invest where data and knowledge unlock better decisions. Through the Norwegian Climate and Forest Initiative, we support countries that reduce deforestation and share satellite data for transparency. Through the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, we safeguard over 1.3 million seed samples for future food security. And through our support to the Global Ecosystems Atlas, we help map vulnerable ecosystems so governments can act with precision within conservation and restoration. We see a new chapter in ocean governance. Ocean areas beyond national jurisdiction cover 2/3 of the ocean. We need a strong global framework. And we have a strong global framework now. Norway ratified the new High Seas Treaty, BBNJ, in 2025, and I'm really glad to see that also India signed the treaty in 2024. The treaty enters into force in only 1 month's time. This agreement will help designate marine protected areas and ensure environmental impact assessments. It's a vital tool for the mountain to ocean agenda. So these are the good news. We have to safeguard them, and we have to look at what to do. We need also a shared roadmap for Asia's mountain regions. This is why we are here today to discuss. Our message today is simple: protect the mountains, safeguard the rivers, prosper with the ocean. Let's scale source to sea action. Let's turn research into community and government practice. Let's move pilots into policy. Norway stands ready with India and with the Himalayas and with you all. I really look forward to today's discussions and from also engaging with others in the panel discussion just very soon. Thank you so much, everyone. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the inspiring words for action. We are truly humbled, and thank you very much for the wishes you bestowed upon India and its green cover here in the Northeast especially. We now have the keynote address from a leader who beautifully bridges cooperative vision with social responsibility. Distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. D.B. Sundararaman, the Vice President, Corporate Services, Tata Steel India, and Director, Tata Steel Foundation India. A distinguished leader whose work embodies the balance between industrial progress and deep-rooted social commitment, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome Mr. Sundararaman to share his insights on leadership and sustainability in Asia's mountains region. Sir.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Nikhil Kumar. Good morning, everybody. Her Excellency May Elin Stener, Ambassador of Norway to India, Sri Ravi Kota, Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha, Sri Professor Dr. Alok Kumar Burman, Vice Chancellor, all the distinguished guests, faculty, the students, and dear people. Indeed, when I saw 13th, it reminded me my lucky number. It's for only a few of them, but 13 happens to be my lucky number as well. So I'm very delighted to be part of these discussions on the 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum. In fact, I'm a mining engineer by profession with Tata Steel for last 35 years, and moved from mining of raw materials processing and helping the steel making to corporate services, where my major responsibility lies with as director of Tata Steel Foundation, corporate social responsibility, as well as corporate services across the units of Tata Steel. So I think the second responsibility which I have, that amply meets with the goals which we are going to talk today. The Eastern Himalayas and the third pole represent one of the most important ecological systems on Earth, home to glaciers that feed Asia's great rivers, forests, and shelter extraordinary biodiversity and communities whose relationship with nature spans for generations. This landscape sustains more than 1 billion people downstream and influences monsoons, agriculture, and climate patterns across South Asia. Yet today, it stands at crossroads. Rapid glacier melt, shifting rainfall patterns, species decline, and land use pressures are reshaping its fragile balance. The urgency to act has never been greater, but so has the opportunity to reimagine how we protect what remains. For many of us in the industry, especially I am referring to the corporate world, environmental stewardship was once viewed through the lens of compliance or philanthropy. But today, that understanding has matured. We now recognize this region not only as a great ecological treasure, but as a system deeply connected to water security, agriculture, energy stability, and economic resilience across the subcontinent. In many ways, the health of the Eastern Himalayas is directly tied to the long-term health of our communities and shared future of this country. But beyond its ecological value, it also holds something just as important: millennia of indigenous knowledge, cultural wisdom, and community-led stewardship. For generations, tribes and forest communities across the Eastern Himalayas have protected this land through practices that are rooted in respect, reciprocity, and balance. To just give few examples, the Khasi and Gado communities in Meghalaya, for instance, have preserved sacred groves where no trees may be cut and no hunting is allowed. Thus, these groves are now scientifically recognized as biodiversity hotspots and carbon sinks. The Aptani people of Arunachal Pradesh developed a unique agroforestry wetland system that grows rice and fish together with almost no external inputs, making it one of the most sustainable farming models in the world. The Lepcha community of Sikkim treats rivers and glaciers as sacred ancestral entities and protects them through customary law that predates environmental regulation. These living traditions remind us conservation is not a modern idea, it is ancient, lived, embodied, and deeply human. Even if we look back at our history and the Puranas, which we call, we pray all these natural things. We pray the trees, we pray the sun god, we pray the earth, we pray the water, we pray the air, though we have given a name of God to that, but it has been, as mentioned, it has been our tradition, which we have been doing for maybe the centuries. One of the most powerful examples of restraint rooted in cultural ethics comes from indigenous communities who once hunted migratory Amur falcons. After learning, these birds travel thousands of kilometers across continents and play a crucial ecological role. The very same communities voluntarily chose to stop hunting them. Today, the birds are not only protected, they are celebrated. And every community in the region honors the decision with pride and responsibility. What was once a seasonal hunting practice evolved into a global conservation success story because communities chose conservation over tradition, transforming the falcon from prey to pride. This shift shows that change rooted in dignity and understanding, not enforcement, creates enduring impact. That is the kind of leadership we can learn from. These examples remind us that conservation succeeds not only with technology or funding, but with values. As corporate India steps forward and partnerships grow, the most meaningful path ahead is clear. Work with communities, learn from traditional wisdom, and act with humility. Because protecting this region is not just environmental action, it is restoring our relationship with nature itself. Coming to Tata Steel, we have a tribal conclave, which is famously known as Samvad. And in this Samvad ecosystem, which is enabled by Tata Steel Foundation, is playing a pivotal role in developing this connect with nature through the communities. Samvad creates space for dialogue, not as an event, but as a living process where communities, corporations, policymakers, researchers, and youth meet as equal partners. It reminds us that solutions cannot be imposed, they must be co-created. Though through this Samvad, we have come to understand how climate change impacts forests, rivers, and traditional livelihoods, and more importantly, how indigenous communities are adapting with creativity, resilience, and inherited knowledge. It has reaffirmed our belief that meaningful progress requires trust, respect, and the willingness to acknowledge that communities closest to the nature are not beneficiaries of development, they are partners and knowledge holders. The journey ahead is long and the challenges are real, but so is the hope and the possibility. If we can meaningfully weave together scientific research with indigenous knowledge, policy measures with cultural wisdom, and investment with stewardship, then we can build a future where the eastern Himalayas and the third pole continue to thrive for nature, for people, and for generations yet to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for also sharing your important insights with us and gracing the 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum here at the Royal Global University, Guwahati. At this moment, I would like to welcome Sri Dr. Ravi Kota, sir, who's the Chief Secretary, Government of Assam, for his inaugural address and also gracing this event here at the Royal Global University. Sir, we welcome you to share your insights with us this morning.
Good morning to every one of you, and at the outset, let me congratulate Balifara Foundation and Royal Global University for putting up this excellent program. In fact, the 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum is something Balifara Foundation has been relentlessly. I knew that Mr. Ranjit Bhattakur from the day one before starting this, the several kind of formal, informal discussions and brainstorming he had with several of his friends. And very passionately, Balifara Foundation has been doing this. And yesterday evening when I met him, I was telling him now this event, it has become an annual event, and it's an event of its own stature. Every year it is improving its quality, content, and participation across the world. And this year, particularly working with 4 universities, including RGU, is something very important, because involving the universities is very important step forward to sustain this kind of effort. Thank you, Your Excellency May Lynn Steiner, Ambassador of Norway, and Mr. Sundara Ramam from Tata Steel for putting the context of this program. It's my privilege to join you today at this important platform where we reflect not just on the challenges of our mountains, but on the collective responsibility we carry as custodians of the future. Asia's mountain systems, from the Himalayas to Tian Shan, from the eastern Ghats to the verdant ranges of the Mekong, are not merely geographical features. They are water towers, biodiversity reserves, cultural strongholds, and engines of resilience. They shape the climate of continents, nourish millions through rivers, and hold stories that are thousands of years old. Yet they stand today at a crossroads. Climate change is accelerating glacial melt. Erratic rainfall is stabilizing slopes. Communities are struggling to balance tradition with modern pressures. Migration erodes cultural continuity, and new economies sometimes exploit more than they uplift. This is not just an environmental concern, it is a question of human security, economic stability, and intergenerational equity. We must ask ourselves, do we want to inherit a fragile mountain system or be remembered as the generation that strengthened it? Assam, a convergence point and a bridge. Assam lies at the gateway to the eastern Himalayas and the heart of the northeast. Our rivers like the Brahmaputra and Barak draw their life from the mountains. Our people carry indigenous knowledge born from centuries of coexistence with nature. And our future, like the future of Asia, depends on how well we nurture this delicate equilibrium. Assam has begun a transformative journey. We are investing in sustainable infrastructure, improving connectivity across hilly regions, promoting agri-tech and climate-smart farming, and protecting our forests and wildlife through people-centric models. You must have heard that Honorable Prime Minister in his Mann Ki Baat, he keeps coming up with various people stories. And sometimes those stories may be here amongst us, but we may not appreciate. He mentioned about Hathi Bandhu, that is one NGO has been doing the elephants and people, how to maintain that balance and avoid the conflict between the animals and elephant. Is in Nagaon district. He spoke about it. Now Assam government has taken up as Gajamitra scheme across the state to implement and involving the people. And Honorable Prime Minister also spoke about Barekuri village in how the villagers and gibbons together have been living for ages. He also spoke about. So there are several that kind of stories, not only in Assam, across the state. And Mr. Sundar Ramam mentioned about sacred groves in Meghalaya and in Sikkim and other examples. In fact, thousands of those examples are available. So we need to build on them, learn from them. But these kind of initiatives will be from the government side only a beginning. A collective roadmap for mountain leadership to forge a resilient path forward. I personally believe we need a roadmap, and that roadmap should be built on 4 pillars. First one is a green and climate resilient mountain economy. We must shift from extractive growth to restorative development, promote ecotourism over mass tourism, encourage organic agriculture, support clean energy ecosystems, and build climate responsive infrastructure that respects mountain ecology. Second pillar should be knowledge exchange and indigenous wisdom networks. Mountain communities hold centuries of wisdom from bamboo architecture to herbal medicines, from water harvesting to landslide resistant cultivation. We must build an Asia mountain knowledge grid linking universities like Royal Global University and many other universities. In Assam, earlier higher education was not that much in terms of the infrastructure. Now, state universities alone, we have 30 of them, and private universities 9, and 2 more are coming, including Azim Premji University. There will be 11 maybe next 2 months. And IIM is coming, and IIT we have, and there are other central universities. So we have a large number of universities are available. We should connect them with Asia Mountain Knowledge Grid. And also we should connect with climate centers, community innovators, and indigenous leaders. Third pillar should be connectivity as a tool for inclusion, because connectivity is not only roads and bridges, it is digital access, market linkages, telemedicine, and quality education in remote valleys. A child in a Himalayan village must have the same opportunity as a child in a metropolitan capital. Lastly and fourthly, youth leadership and women-led development. The next era of mountain leadership must be young, innovative, diverse, and inclusive. Women are guardians of economy and culture. More so in the indigenous communities, youth are entrepreneurs of change. A call to action leadership is not just a title. Leadership is a responsibility, and especially within the given limited capacity, Balefara Foundation has been able to give that leadership and sustain it over a period of 13 to 15 years. Let us move from dialogue to design, from vision to implementation, from aspiration to action. Let us leave this session with one promise, that the mountains will not be remembered for what we extracted from them, but for how we protected and preserved them. With these words, I would like to again congratulate the organizers and all the participants to be here today. And the next 2 days, I hope these program, the various parts of this program will come up with excellent outcomes, and we all learn, enrich before before the conclusion of this program. I thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for gracing us this morning with also your very valuable inputs towards this green cover. And now, before we begin our first session, we would like to felicitate our distinguished guests. At the very outset, I would request our Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor Dr. Alak Buragohai, to felicitate Her Excellency May Ellen Stena, Ambassador of Norway to India. Sir. Our Vice Chancellor, sir, will present Her Excellency with a Pulam Gamusa. As Her Excellency steps forward, our Vice Chancellor, sir, will present her with a Pulam Gamusa in a very traditional way. We also have an Arunai gracing her and a memento. She's also being presented with our Chancellor's 2 books which he wrote, and a plant keeping the green cover flavor alive. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Her Excellency. I would now request Professor Dr. Nikhil Churungu to felicitate Mr. Ravi Kota, the Chief Secretary, Government of Assam. Sir. He will also be joining up with our very dynamic Executive Vice President, Sri Ankur Pansari, and now Nikhil Churungusa to present an Arunai to Sri Ravi Kota, Chief Secretary, Government of Assam. Thank you, sir, for gracing us this morning. He's also presented with our Royal Global University memento. And the Executive Vice President is also presenting him with a plant. Thank you, sir. I would now request Sri Utpal Kanta, Director, Growth and Strategy, RGU, to felicitate Mr. D.B. Sundara Raman, Vice President, Corporate Services, Tata Steel, India. Mr. Kanta also is presenting, apart from the Gamusa, a plant to Mr. D.B. Sundara Raman, who is the Vice President of Corporate Services, Tata Steel, India. Thank you, sir. And now, may I very profoundly once again request our Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor Dr. Alok Buragohai, to also felicitate the Director of Kaziranga National Park, Dr. Sonali Ghosh, who is present with us this morning, and also to be a part of the first session. Yes, sir, is welcoming Dr. Ghosh with her traditional gamusa and arunai, and also a memento and a plant. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And now, let me join everyone in welcoming our distinguished speakers for this first vital discussion on conservation and ecological leadership. And this will be the first session here at the 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum 2025 here at the Royal Global University, Guwahati. And this will happen over 2 days, the 10th and 11th December, Guwahati. And now, can I request the guests to come up on the dais to take their seats? Her Excellency, May Ellen Stenner, who's the Ambassador of Norway to India, to take a seat on the dais. She'll be followed by Mr. D.B. Sundara Raman, Vice President, Corporate Services, Tata Steel, India. Welcome, ma'am. It'll be nice to give them a huge round of applause, and they will be joined by Dr. Sonali Ghosh, the Director of the Kaziranga National Park. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They are the panelists for today morning. Please take your seats. And can I request Karishma to take it forward from here? Thank you very much. I'm Satyagiri Kombuya, signing off at the moment to come back for the next session. Thank you.
Very warm good morning once again, everyone. So we begin with the first session, which will really talk about safeguarding the nature capital of the Eastern Himalayan region. But I think I'm really, really privileged to moderate this very strong panel with this esteemed panelists with me today. And before we really deep dive and start our conversations, I think let me really define how do we really define nature capital? You know, when we first think of nature capital, I think we would also want to understand what is nature, what is capital. So I think when we define nature capital, it is our forests, it is our wetlands, it is our dry lands, it is our biodiversity, and it is the essential services which really supports our ecosystem. For the air we breathe, for the species that really supports our habitats. So for everything that really defines nature capital, we need cooperation, we need partnership, we need support from our indigenous people and knowledge. So with this, I think the session will really talk about and bring diverse perspectives on how cooperation, international cooperation, partnerships, corporate responsibilities, and of course, how we really work with the government, how we really work with the people who are really in the ground to really define how we safeguard our nature capital. With this, I think as we really reflect on also cooperation and global cooperation especially, Norway stands out as a country that has consistently championed conservation, climate partnerships, and nature diplomacy. So in this session, we really want to talk about how this partnership can really deepen further, especially for the Eastern Himalayan region. This will lead to my first question to you, Her Excellency, on how Nordic leadership and India-Norway cooperation can really support long-term conservation, especially for the Eastern Himalayan region. Over to you.
Well, thank you so much for that question, and may I say again how happy I am to be here today. And also, I must say, I'm really lucky because I am ambassador of Norway to India in a really crucial time for the relationship between our two countries. The 1st October, only a couple of months ago, the Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement between the EFTA countries and India entered into force. For Norway, that is crucial. We are part of EFTA, and this is a very important part of the relationship between Norway and India. And of course, because it's good for trade and investments in our two countries, but also because it is a partnership agreement. And it is a partnership agreement that for the first time also is mentioning the Sustainable Development Goals. And sustainability is part of it. Part of it is also how we look at the blue economy, green energy, how we preserve our nation, also together with the business communities. So I think that's a basis for this that is also important to mention, and I wanted to do precisely that. But on your question, Karishma, just more precisely, let me also say that Norway and India, we had an agreement. It was the embassy with the Ministry of Environment, of Forest and Climate Change here in India. That agreement was wanted to establish a Center for Biodiversity Policy and Law in India at the National Biodiversity Authority in Chennai. This is now established. This is now working. This is something that is a basis also for the relationship, because this institute is working together with crucial Norwegian partners as the Norwegian Environment Agency and some very important research institution. And that's how we also can work together on safeguarding national biodiversity. I will also commend India on putting forward their national biodiversity strategy and action plan last year in 2024. Norway did the same, so we have a very good basis for work there. Let me also say just a little bit about Assam, because we have a few projects here also that are very related to this this subject. This Norwegian Institute of Bioeconomy Research. They're working together with Assam Agriculture University and a couple of other stakeholders. We also are supporting World Food Program in a few similar projects. And what we are doing here, we are supporting communities, especially women, to safeguard their livelihoods and food security across the mounting impact of climate change in this area. This is a priority for the government of Norway, and it really is contributing to building resilience of small holding farmers to climate change, and it's really also something I think that is contributing to biodiversity and the work that we are doing here. Thank you so much.
Yeah. No. Thank you, Her Excellency. I think that really defines how collaboration, cooperation, and I think it was really interesting and to understand, how institutions like Center for Biodiversity or like collaboration with the Assam Agriculture University is really making a difference, and especially while the embassy is working with the women in safeguarding and their livelihoods. I think this is what we need going forward as well, and a lot can be done for the Eastern Himalayan region as well. This brings, because we are talking about collaboration, cooperation, this brings a question to Sir Mr. Raman. Like, industry has been playing a defining role in really shaping the future of nature capital, and especially Tata Steel Foundation, Tata Steel with Balipara Foundation. I think the relation goes back to, like, when we started the forum, I think they have been really the one who really trusted us in this growth, in this journey. And so with this, I really want for you, sir, would like to answer for you is that how is Tata Steel really integrating nature solutions into its sustainability strategies, and how are some of the practices that you would like to really define? Yeah.
So before I directly respond to this, let me give my first experience when I presented in Balipada, I think around 2012, almost 13 years back. Incidentally, I was the only corporate preparing in that 1.5 day session. I remember Mr. Kariya Munda was the person who was there the last as speaker. So before I started presenting about the initiatives which Tata Steel have undertaken, so there was one NGO, he was making the presentation. In fact, the way he presented and all, then the audience would feel that the mining is of no use to the country. We should now get out of mining, because he is just short of saying that these people are blue-collared bandits or dacoits. So the picture was painted in such a way. So then after that, it was very difficult for me to then make a presentation. But yes, as you mentioned, the sensitivities have started now touching the communities, touching the people. Maybe if I see last 20, 25, 30 years. But I would give an example of more than 60 years back. We created a forest in a mine called Novamdi. Tomorrow, incidentally, it is going to celebrate 100 years of its existence. That's the reason why I'm going in the afternoon to be part of that, those celebrations. So 1950, we mined an area and we recreated a forest there. Now, after the primary, secondary, now the tertiary growth has started. And as I take you to the mine, you would not believe that there a mine exists in that vicinity. So that has been the sensitivity towards the community, which Tata Steel in general and Tata Group in particular displayed and demonstrated. So when I showed those, when I presented those pictures and all, I think maybe to 50%, up to 50% I could maybe reduce the agony he was having. And I also invited him that it's not that everyone is like that, but generally what happens in a classroom, if you ask the teacher what is the performance of the students, he would say that the top performer has got 94%, the average has been 80%. He would never say that the bottom performer is 35%. But unfortunately in mining industry, even one mine doesn't perform well, their entire mining industry and the manufacturing industry is painted that they are like that only. That is the unfortunate part, but as you told, our association has started way back, almost 13 years back with Balipada Foundation. And from 2019, especially, we are working on these naturonomics, and I think it is a very big learning for us. If you ask about Tata Steel, yes, we have got footprint, we have got more than 20 mines of coal, iron ore, chrome, manganese we operate. And as I mentioned, the oldest mines have crossed 100 years, the underground mines in Dhanbad area, and the open cast mine in Novamandi, we crossed 100 years. And what we do, the mining is, if I take a person to the viewpoint and I show, you will see three parts of the mine. One is already the mining has been done. It's full of forests as well as rainwater harvesting structures and a big solar power plant on top of the hill. The mining which is going on, you will find the technological adoption there, the state of our technology, and the area which has not yet been touched, the forest is intact. So you could see all the three phases if I talk about mines. If I come to plants, because as I mentioned, we are producing more than 22 million tons of steel across 3 to 4 locations in the states of Jharkhand, Odisha, and now we have moved to both Maharashtra as well as Uttar Pradesh. We have got our facilities, downstream facilities there also. So our base is how do we address two things we talk about. One is within the fence, means the plant area and the mining lease area, and outside the fence means the buffer zone. If you call for the mine, it's a buffer zone, and for a plant, it's the community. So the first is when we talk about nature-based solutions. We started using hydrogen as replacement of carbon. We experimented that, and it's likely that we may have to have it as a process in a continuous way, maybe within the next 2-3 years, which can replace carbon. Carbon is a major, you can say, the contributor for these emissions. Now we have also started using charcoal, which is, you can say, biochar also, from bamboo plantation. How it is helping the community. We have reached the community. They have land. We said we have expertise. So you please provide us land. We will use our expertise and make that happen for you in a sustainable way. And the proceeds would be with you, and we are going to buy that. So this we already started in one of our locations. And when I talk about the mining locations, there the sal forest, it's a native species. The teak is native species. The kusum is a native species. So we are helping them in social forestry so that the community gets benefited. And the best example recently, IUCN has recognized as one of the first initiatives in India is the silk, eco-silk, which we have started in Sukinda. It's also one of our mining areas. We started way back in 2015-16, but now it has come to a level where it has been recognized as an adequate. The name has been given is adequate. That means we have gone to a level where it is adequate, and then from there we need to take it forward. It is not only an initiative for the community. Community gets benefited. Almost 200 families are getting benefited, and the barren land which is there, more than 20 to 30 hectares of land that we are converting to this eco-silk area. So these are some of the initiatives. One is within the plant, as I mentioned, where it comes to water or making the barren lands into the native species, converting to parks and the mud dumps into beautiful gardens, and using the nature to use for our steel production. These are some of the initiatives we are taking, and the target which Government of India, as you rightly told, is 2070 for net neutral, but Tata Group has 2045. We have taken a stringent target of 2045. Steel being a sector where it is abatement of carbon, so the onus lies on steel, power. I could see Vaishnavi from power, she is also there. Some of the manufacturing industries of Tata Steel, Tata Group. I think our aim is to how do we cope up with 2045, the vision of Tata Group. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think this also really highlights the kind of innovations corporates are also really looking at, whether we talk about bamboo biochar, eco-silk, or also converting barren land to gardens and many more. So I think we'll come back to you. But I think when we are talking now about safeguarding nature capital, we cannot, not talk about Kaziranga and the beautiful landscape and the lived realities with our communities, with the species, with the rich habitats that really it's there in that ecosystem. So this brings me for a question to you, Dr. Ghosh. We have talked about collaborations, we have talked about how industries play a defining role, but I think we would like to learn from you some of the emerging challenges that are really, that's really coming in these landscapes and making them pose to and it's really sort of like threatening to wildlife habitats. So I think how would you really like to define these challenges and what kind of innovations that are really coming in and we can really define and sort of work on it together in these landscapes? Yeah, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Karishma, and first of all, a big thank you to Balipara Foundation for inviting me and for this very august gathering. Wonderful to hear my previous speakers. Of course, Kaziranga, as we all know, we have the world's largest population of the one-horned rhino now, 70% of the global population, 99% of the wild buffalo population in the world, and the third highest density of tigers in the world. And at the same time, it is also one of the parks which is the third highest visited park in the country today. So I would say that it is basically the good conservation, the efforts, especially of the forest frontline, of the communities, of policymakers, that over the last 120 years, that Kaziranga has become a global icon of conservation. And having said that, we also have the challenges, especially of climate change. As Ma'am Excellency, Ma'am has already mentioned about the climate change aspect, it is there and we can see it. I was talking to the respected Chief Secretary, sir, and saying that this year we had a deficit rainfall. And now, because of the deficit rainfall, we have the challenge of our water bodies drying up sooner than they would normally do and before the onset of monsoon. So for me as a manager, the biggest challenge is now, how do I keep my animals within the park boundary? How do I sort of retain them? Because water is precious, and for everything they would not disperse and lead to conflict. So these are some of the glaring challenges of climate change that we are facing. Another key aspect of climate change is with invasive species, like we have the water hyacinth, we have other invasive alien species, which is not a problem not just in Kaziranga, but in several of our protected areas. And that's where I would be very, very happy that if we could get the support, the corporate sector, or Balipara Foundation, for example, is also doing work in that. And we have been able to bring about sustainable models, help the communities, and ensure that it's a win-win for all. But yes, of course, we can't do this alone, and we would need the support of everyone, especially the corporate and the private sector, to help with this. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we will just do a last round of quick question because I think we have to finish this in time. Her Excellency, I think I would like for you to really answer, what lessons you think you could really address to the youth, especially the students who are around today, on the path they have to take in conservation leadership and the things they really have to keep in mind when they start understanding sustainability, when they start thinking about how climate change is really impacting and how they could really make a difference in today's world. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much also for that questions. It's not working. Okay. Thank you again for the question. And to that, I would answer two things. Because we need that you young people engage on all levels and also on the international level. We have recently concluded the COP in Brazil. Fortunately, there was an agreement between countries. It is not an agreement that will be enough to push on all the right buttons. but it's better than no agreement, and it's a good basis for keeping on pushing. So my message to the young people here would be keep on pushing the local authorities, the national authorities, and also in the international areas and arenas if you can. And my second message would be, this is being here in Assam, being in India. I see some similarities. Here in Assam, in the Himalayan region, you are close to nature. In Norway also, we feel close to nature. We like our nature, we like our mountains. We like to walk in our mountains. But how can we do that with also preserving the mountains and the nature? How do we use them in sustainable ways? We have some good examples from Norway in that regard. We have worked quite a lot on how to preserving our national parks at the same time as we are using them. And I believe that there would be a good scope also for cooperation here. I myself visited the Kaziranga National Park in April, also beautiful park, and I saw with my own eyes some of the animals that you are talking about and that you have been able to keep in a good way. It's also, I think, a good example of using the national park at the same time as you're able to preserve the nature. So that is my second appeal to the young people here, that keep on that good work, but also in being friends with the nature. How can we use it? How can we preserve? How can our usage be sustainable? And we can do a lot together. And you young people, I encourage you also to go out in the world and get to know other young people from other countries. You are welcome to Norway, and learn from each other. I will also encourage Norwegian young people to come to India and see how you're doing it here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think I will put the same question for you, sir, as well. Tata Steel especially has been working a lot with the fellows, young fellows, a lot of young community members. So what message would you also like to give to the youth today present here, especially from a corporate lens, a corporate social responsibility lens? Yeah.
No, it's a wonderful question. When I joined the organization way back in 1990, I was 21 years old that time. I met, after the training period, I met my first boss. He's today settled in Nagpur. The first thing he told me that being an engineer, you would know how the machines would run, how the performance of the machines happen and all, but that's not the thing you should keep in mind. You should have good connect with the community which is staying around. Because always when we are in the business of mining, community feels that we are encroaching into their areas, and also we are disturbing their ecosystem and all that. So how do you be in touch with them and you ensure that mining also happens at the same time their feelings are addressed and their pains, agony is addressed, and how are we going to help them? If the water table goes down, then how are we going to increase the water table so that they don't feel the pain? So I think maybe in last 35 years, wherever I worked, maybe in the company, the employees might have forgotten me because I have moved to some other position and all. But the communities with which I worked across various mining locations in Jharkhand, Orissa, still they remember me. And whenever they happen to come to Jamshedpur, they generally just knock my door and come in and discuss with me that what are the initiatives which we had taken that time and what are the fruits they are getting. So the thing is, that is number one. The second big lesson which I would say that when we started Samvad, which I mentioned, the tribal conclave, it is not for them to come onto the platform. It is also people who are not connected to these tribal groups. How do you appreciate, how do you engage with them, and how do you appreciate their culture, their heritage, their language, their cousins? So all that I think have been very good learnings for us when we started this Samvad for last 7 to 8 years. And these are the, I think, major lessons for us to appreciate. And also at the same time, the corporates have to understand the issue that whatever they are feeling, that they're doing for the building of the nation, but the balance has to be maintained. Building of the nation is absolutely warranted. At the same time, taking communities along with and taking the eco-balance and the sustainability along with is warranted. So that's the reason why should government pose some restrictions that you cannot export iron ore, you cannot export so and so. Why can't we be self-restrained that I would only mine that much which is required for steel making in India, and I would not be doing beyond that. So generally the way people say, the entire world and nature is there to fulfill the needs of us, but not the greeds of us. So I think we should now come back to whatever is the need, and let's not go to the greed, so that no nature would be able to fulfill our greeds. So that's, I think, we need to keep in mind, and that's what I would say the youngsters, that we should respect nature, nature would reciprocate with us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think that's a beautiful message. You know, we really need to understand what's need and what's greed. Yeah, definitely. This brings to, for you, ma'am, the similar question. How would you like to address the youth, especially as a women leader in Assam? You have been, like, people really look up to you for your leadership, for your passion, and for all the things you have been doing for the region, especially. Especially, I was really talking to one of the foresters, and they were really telling how you inspire and motivate them every day, you know, to be in the field, to be in the front line. So what message, especially, would you like to give to the youth, and along with the youth, of course, the foresters, the forest guards, who are really in the front line of their work? Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Karishma. I think I see a lot of young people there. I guess the only takeaway would be, because the young people are much more smarter, much more intelligent than we are, but it's just follow your heart, you know. I mean, whatever you want to do, whether it is to be in the environment sector or to be in the, you know, just to, you know, learn music, or for that matter, have something to do with community service. I think it's very important to be passionate about what you do. And I have seen a lot of young people these days, they are very tech savvy, you know, they make reels, they are doing selfies and all. So just go out, you know, make reels about the nature around you. I'm sure this is a wonderful campus where you have a lot of birds, a lot of animals. So the more we observe, especially in nature, I think the more, you know, we will learn about her, and we will be able to appreciate. So I think it's very important that the young people, they learn to do a bit more of deep dive, as I say, into whatever they want to do in life. And yes, visit Kaziranga for sure if you haven't. And also, please, you're welcome to join the Forest Service. You're welcome to, you know, take it as an option, as a career option. It's very satisfying. And yeah, I mean, and if you want to join, but then only one thing, learn to climb a tree, because just in case a rhino chases. Thank you.
Lovely, yeah. Thank you. I think with this, we end our session. We would continue our conversations outside, but thank you everyone for joining the panel.
We would request all the panelists to be here to join us for the photograph, official photograph that will be taken. Can I request sir to please join us back for the official photograph? Can we take a step forward, please? And with this, we come to the end of the first session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Excellency. And now is the time to bring in the young champions who will be the guardians of the Eastern Himalaya. And there'll be a pledge taken this morning, just as we finish the first session. And to take this forward from all the students from the different schools who've gathered here, can I request Homa Kanta, who will be the chief coordinator, to come forward onto the dais to read out the pledge, and I will also request the other students to, rise who are present here to be a part of this exercise, and they will then, going forward, be the guardians of the Eastern Himalayas. So as the children are rising, can I request Homa to read out the pledge?
I, Huma Abhyakanta, standing before my institution and my community, solemnly and proudly accept the responsibility of serving as a guardian of the Eastern Himalaya. I request all my peers here to take this pledge with me. I pledge to actively seek knowledge about the unique biodiversity, cultures, and ecological challenges facing the Eastern Himalayan region, and to use my voice as an ambassador to educate my peers and community. Guys, please speak up. I pledge to undertake conscious, voluntary actions, both small and large, that contribute directly to the protection, preservation, and restoration of the natural environment, its wildlife, and its water sources. I pledge to embody environmental stewardship in my daily life, promoting sustainable practices, reducing waste, and inspiring my generation to prioritize ecological health and climate resilience. I pledge to respect the cultural heritage and traditional knowledge of the communities that sustain the Himalayan ecosystem, recognizing their vital role in conservation. I understand that every action I take helps the Eastern Himalayas.
That was the end of the first session this morning as a part of the 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum here at the Royal Global University, Guwahati. We will now change, innovation, impact, and sustainability. Thank you very much.
Can I request our IT department to kindly help us with the lights? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After setting the tone for the 13th Eastern Himalayan Naturenomics Forum with the very prestigious inaugural session and the opening session that we had lined up for today, we now move to our second session for the day, Enterprising Change, Innovation, Impact, and Sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, and all our dear students who are seated for the session, please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists for the session 2 of day 1. We have with us Mr. Spencer Lowe, Head of Regional Sustainability, APAC, Google. Sir, can we have you on the stage? We are also honored to have with us Mr. Rajesh Ayapilla, Senior Director, Sustainability and CSR, Coca-Cola. Welcome to Royal Global University, sir, and welcome to the 13th Eastern Himalaya Naturenomics Forum. I now take the honor to invite Mr. Vishwa Bhattacharya, Director Sustainability, Tata Consumer Products, to take his seat on the dais. I invite Himal Tiwari, CHRO and Chief. Yes, there was this change. I request Madam Vaishnavi to kindly join us on the stage. I request Mr. Ashish Mishra, Project Director, Assam Tata Semiconductor, Assembly and Test, to kindly join on the dais. And leading this conversation, guiding us through the intersection of innovation and impact, Madam Babita Borua, CEO VML India, who will be moderating this session. Ma'am, please take the session over. The forum is all yours, ma'am. Welcome.
Hello. Welcome back after a refreshment session, break. And I'm really very privileged to be sitting here today with some industry stalwarts. I was talking to some of them, and we also are partners in some other capacity, of course, in marketing. So very happy to have everyone here. Just to set the context of this panel, really it is about companies today are at a crossroad of sorts when it comes to innovation and responsibility. And the two are not at loggerheads, they're working together. And at the same time, there's conversation around innovation, conversations from packaging to business models, on the use of tech, on climate change, on behavior change. And the discussion today in the panel will be, how does it all come together really? What are some of the challenges? Some of the shifts that we have noticed are, for example, from obligation in some cases, now it is opportunities when it comes to regeneration, when it comes to sustainability. From something which was more perhaps contractual or something which was good to do, it has now become very, very creative when it comes to solutions. And of course, from siloed departments and work streams, it is now something which flows through the system. So with that, really happy to make this engaging. If there are any questions, do raise your hand and I'll take a pause. But otherwise, this one is just to open up to everyone, and we can start with you, Spencer, on what are some of the challenges that you have faced in your roles currently when it comes to really this journey on sustainability as a strategy? Over to you, Spencer.
Thank you very much, Babita, and thank you sincerely to Bali Power Foundation for organizing this event and inviting us panelists. There are many challenges, but I think I would take a step back and say that I'm fortunate to be working at Google, which actually takes this very seriously, and I'm sure we'll talk about that more. So I'd like to generalize your question more to what I see within the corporate world in terms of some of the challenges. There are many, but I'll just point out two. One is confusion, skepticism, especially amongst board members and senior leaders. And this could stem from, in some cases, still skepticism about the science. It's still there. But there's also confusion because there are many standards. The standards are evolving, they're changing, especially if you think about global standards. And certainly there's confusion from the geopolitical headwinds that we're seeing in terms of major countries taking a skeptical stance on this topic. So I think that's an impediment that we have to get over. And I would like to believe, from what I know of India, that I think this is perhaps less of a problem. The other challenge I see, though, is this missing the opportunity to make sustainability about a value creator and more of a risk management concept. And that's also a missed opportunity. There are boards that now believe that mitigation might be less important because it's all about securing the supply chain, the safety of their people and assets, in terms of really adapting and becoming more resilient. I think while that is important, it's still really critical that corporations play their role in terms of the mitigation outcomes within our supply chains, et cetera. So these are some of the bookend challenges I see, and love to hear from other panelists.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the
Rajesh.
question. I represent Coca-Cola, which is a 130-plus-year-old brand. So obviously, if we have sustained this long, so we have been doing something correct. That's the reason. But having said that, at least my association with this company for the past 13 years, I see a constant innovation and evolution of what we do in terms of sustainability. And that I think is the key challenge, is that you constantly need to reinvent yourself. You can't keep doing more of the old stuff. And over the last, I would say, 5 to 6 years that I've been working, while the company individually through CSR or maybe through outside CSR, whatever work that we do, can have impact, that impact could probably be around the community that we operate in, or maybe in the ingredient sourcing locations that we source from. But of late, what we have realized is that individual action is not going to really solve the issue. If we need to solve a problem, we need to do it at scale, and that requires collaboration. And that's I think, one of the key challenges which we have been working upon and try to overcome is to drive collaborative action. So when we do projects, we no longer do individual projects. We are looking at partnerships. We are looking at funding as a catalyst to bring release a lot of co-funding from probably government organizations or maybe other peer organizations or companies. So that's what I think is one challenge that we need to do right now.
Right. So from skepticism, confusion, and cross-collaboration as an opportunity, over to you now. Vishwa.
Thank you, Ms. Barua, for the opportunity, and thank you, Balipara Foundation, for having us once again. Very, very honored to be here. Allow me to go to a little bit of a time travel on this, because as my fellow panelists mentioned, we are also a 150-plus old company. So I think if you look from that perspective, and there are a few names you can take at that league, 100-plus companies, 100-plus-year-old companies, you would see that the CSR angle, the corporate responsibility angle, was built in more like a corporate commitment, right? And this was most to justify your presence in any field. The transition that has happened towards sustainability is about linking this to corporate purpose. And the transition comes in two phases. One is that seeing that how you make your models more resilient, as Spencer was mentioning. And I think in that, the COVID has been a great milestone, because before COVID, you had sustainable companies. Post-COVID, you had resilient companies, where sustainability was a very strong value creator. So that's one point. The second is that from a value creation perspective, how are you looking at sustainability as a very strong value proposition for the company? That's one side of the game. The other is that the stakeholders that have come into play over the 100 years journey, if you see, primarily from inward to more outward now, whether it is the NGO partners, communities, the watchdogs that look today. I think in ESG paradigm, we are all exposed as companies of our size and scale to some brilliant ESG analysis happen every year and many times during 1 year, and then we are constantly under focus. So I think that's one faculty. Then the biggest change happened in India, at least I can say, that sustainability has moved from voluntary to compliance. For all the listed entities like us sitting over here, you have to respond to ESG in a particular disclosure format. That again builds in that credibility. So I think that's one thing. So the value lies in converting stakeholder activism to stakeholder capitalism, where you capitalize on what's coming your way, but also show them that it's a journey that we are traversing. So there would be pit stops. There would be time when we'll hold on to what we are doing, and every year we can't be giving a new milestone. But the journey is, the beauty of the journey is that you remain invested into this. I think the boards are playing a very big role. from a corporate governance perspective, because they are ensuring through the dedicated sustainability committees that we have, and even in Tata's, like our chairman himself is the biggest advocate of sustainability inside. So he ensures that every group company is committed to a line of actions. So I think those are bringing in that kind of investment both in ideology as well as in resources, that we continue doing that. So I think that is the best way I would like to put it.
Thank you. I love the example of pre and post-COVID and the mention of resilience. I think that's really one of the key factors. And of course, nothing changes behavior when it is compliance. And it's the same for our organization as well. Vaishnavi, over to you. Thank you for joining us, first of all. And yeah, what do you think are some of the challenges?
Yeah, apologies for the last minute swap. Himal had to step in for another session, and here I am. And honored to be here. Thank you, Babita. Thank you, Balipara Foundation. And a very good morning to all. The question that you've asked is, I think, very important one. I would like to take three lenses to it: inside out, outside in, and the continuum in between. In 1987, there was a classical definition of sustainability that was put out: meeting the needs of the present without compromising the needs of the future. And therein lies the challenge. Today, the pace of growth has become so fast that we are not talking about meeting the needs of the future anymore. We are talking about meeting our needs 20 years down the line, 10 years down the line. And that's how resource intensive our industries and our needs have become. The inside out lens, and Vishwa was mentioning that Tata Group community engagement and nature commitment is part of our ethos. It is reflected in the fact that 66% of Tata Sons equity is held by Tata Trusts. It reinvests into health, education, and developmental projects. On a lighter note, I think 60% of this panel is represented by Tata Group representatives. So just something that I happen to observe. So it's not something that is new to us, and profit for purpose is something that we've been already working with. So that's the inside out lens. The outside in lens, as Vishwa was mentioning, is that there is very great stakeholder awareness from communities, from investors, from our customers too. So I think that has compelled us to look at new business models. We have EV charging, rooftop solar, so many different business models which are green are emerging in a very, very traditional sector like the power sector. Somewhere in the continuum in between, what we've realized also is that large part of our natural treasures, resources, are in remote regions where the interplay between working with the communities and working for preserving our natural resource is hand in hand. So I think that's something that we've recognized, and that reflects in our work in Maharashtra, in the northwestern Sahyadri region in Odisha, where we are working on man-elephant conflict reduction. And in all our geographies, we are present in 100+ locations. So I think summarizing it, the challenge is the pace of growth, and how can we ensure that things that have evolved over millions and billions of years are not lost in the blink of an eye in the name of development.
Thank you so much, Vaishnavi. Ashish, over to you.
Yep, thank you, Vita. And to all, this is your Tata Electronics. Jagi Road is your own homegrown town company, and a huge investment by the group here. I would say the challenge, and I'll try to go a little bit granular. So we come from the packaging, chip packaging, which is new to India largely. And the challenges are, how do we keep agile with the rapid change of how the chips are getting used? Every possibly 1 month you have a new mobile, new design, new EV, automotive changes. The way you approach the technology changes almost every month. And then we have to build manufacturing facilities which are flexible enough to adapt to those kind of requirements, those kind of the chips which the customers would want us. And therefore, how do we align our goals in terms of, preserving water, getting the net zero kind of objective? How do we make our facilities much closer to the zero liquid discharge rather than having a positive, in fact, having more positive water positive circularity of water, and the technology changes. With each change of a model of a phone or of a car or of a EV, or the way you compute or you look at your laptop, desktop, the next day, to be agile, to manage and respond, to get those kind of technology in our plants. How do we get the water circularity? How do we get the goals on our carbon emissions intact, in fact better? To me, that's a technology challenge which we face, and maybe as we discuss more, we would also respond how we are addressing or trying to address that.
Of course, thank you. Really good challenges from everyone, quite diverse, I must say. So with that, Spencer, why don't we deep dive a little bit into, we'll need one of the microphones. I've given you mine after, right? Okay, thank you. This is really on climate action, and how is Google integrating climate action in your global and regional strategies? If you could share something with us.
Thank you for that very important question. I guess first it would be important to say, well, what is Google's strategy globally? And since 2016, I would say it's to be an AI-first company, and specifically building AI to benefit humanity. So with that in mind, our strategy from a sustainability perspective has two main pillars, which would be our operations. We are a large MNC. We operate data centers around the world. We sell consumer electronic devices. So when it comes to our operations, we have some moonshot goals, like net zero, 24/7 carbon-free energy to power our data centers, replenishment of water, 120% of the water that we use through evaporation for cooling, and circularity in terms of driving 100% plastic-free packaging. So all this is really managing our operational impact. But actually for me, the even more exciting pillar is actually our products. We, at Google, we have products that billions of people use every day, from Google Maps to search to actually now Gemini increasingly. And India is a really important market for Gemini. And a lot of our AI talent comes from this country. But how do you make sure that AI-powered products actually contribute to more sustainable outcomes, whether it's mitigation, adaptation, or protection in terms of biodiversity, et cetera? So those are the two main pillars, and they're very relevant globally, and they're based upon the fact that Google is an innovation and information company. So globally, that's true. Now, regionally, that's also true. In Asia Pacific accounts for more than 50% of the world's carbon emissions. And it's also the most exposed to extreme weather events, as we've seen recently in Sri Lanka and Myanmar and the heat in the summer. And so it really becomes important to think deeply about how Google can contribute to the decarbonization of our own operations and systemic change that helps decarbonize grids, including for our supply chain in the Asia-Pacific region, but also our products. So just a few examples, and just focusing on AI. We've been building more accurate weather prediction tools through AI, and some of these are able to generate very precise local forecasts. And guess what? We're working with local organizations in India to say, well, how can we use that sort of weather prediction to fine-tune renewable energy production? Because balancing all this intermittent renewable energy is actually a major challenge. I think in India there have been increasing cases of curtailment because of transmission backlog. But how can AI play a role in better predicting when the sun will shine, when the wind will blow? And then how do you use AI to balance the grid? And these are areas where we are in conversations with stakeholders, and we see that as a very important part of climate action that we can make a big contribution to through technology, but also through our purchase agreements in terms of power to help drive that energy transition. But on our product side, there's a lot we can do in terms of biodiversity. We have tools that use bioacoustics to identify species and actually figure out the health of the ecosystems in forest regions. We'd like to see more of that perhaps come to India as well, and this is gradually being deployed around the world. There is adaptation in terms of understanding the risks of fire and flooding over a 10, 20-year forecast, which will allow cities and municipalities to plan better. And there's also mitigation in terms of how AI can contribute to resource efficiency that really drives down the use of resources that contribute to an environmental footprint. So these are the areas where I think we're taking climate action through innovation, technology, and the use of AI.
Right. Just for the audience here and students, it's important for us to be also conscious of why are we talking to Google and why are the solutions on AI? Because immediately as first glance, you may not realize the impact of the use of power, the use of packaging, the use of energy, etc. So if there are any questions that you would want to clarify, just raise your hand and I'm happy to take that. Oh yeah, the lady who gave us the pledge. Would you like to speak up? If you come up here or if you just speak loudly. I don't know if there's a microphone that can be handed out. Can we get her a microphone? And thank you so much. It's always good to make it engaging.
So you talked a lot about AI and Google's push towards AI. And I found out pretty recently that Google is planning to develop Asia's largest green data center in Visakhapatnam in India. And my question to you is, AI is a double-edged sword. While it may help us mitigate the crisis of climate change through predicting the weather, etc., and all the things you mentioned, but it is undeniable to say that it has a very potential to cause a lot of damage as well. And although Google is planning to make the data center in Visakhapatnam to rely 100% on renewable energy, my question to you is that feasible within the current grid infrastructure in India? Because we do not have a very reliable renewable energy-based infrastructure.
Thank you for that really excellent question. Is it possible right today? There will be challenges, but I think it's really looking at the momentum that is clearly in play in India towards the ever faster deployment of carbon-free energy. We are actually very optimistic. But optimism doesn't mean naivete. It doesn't mean that we think everything's going to be really easy. There will be challenges, but we see the political will and intent at the union level, at the state level, to make that possible over a number of years. And that's what's meaningful for us. And our contribution actually is when we sign power purchase agreements, we sign them typically for the lifetime of the asset, which in this case can be 15, 20 years. And that's actually incredibly helpful to project developers because then they can get financing. They can go to banks and say, I have a 15, 20-year contract from Google. And so we have seen this play out in many countries where our purchase agreements allow projects to actually get going because we make them bankable. And we believe we're contributing in that way to a lot of projects in India. And we continue to engage with the relevant authorities to ensure that the bottlenecks are removed. And we are hopeful that the use of AI can actually help with that.
Okay, thank you, Spencer, and thank you for the question. Yeah, sure. You want to build on something, Vaishnavi? Yeah, you can use, it's not working. Okay, can we have someone to just make this microphone work?
See, this is why I think forums like this are extremely interesting. You have a value proposition, you have a clarification, and you have a proposed partnership. I think your question is very pertinent on grid stability, and Tata Power is for supplying green power, and we are working on that actively. And there are solutions where storage will come into play so that you are able to go beyond the hours of generation of power. So there is pumped hydro storage solutions, which are a very reliable solution. So I think it is definitely possible. And rather than shoot it down, I think building solutions is the way to look at things in sustainability. It is definitely possible is what I would suggest.
Thank you, Vaishnavi. Great build. With that, Rajesh, moving on to you, Coca-Cola. Is there anything you could share with us on water stewardship, climate resilience, and Coca-Cola?
Of course. we are all about water stewardship and climate resilience. Um, as, uh, as a beverage manufacturing company, obviously water is one of the most important ingredients for our product, right? So that places a much larger responsibility as a system that we are actually seen as the leaders of water stewardship in any region that we operate. And that's globally as well as locally. And our strategies, while at a global level, could be overarching, but we would always like to have localized strategies also. Like for example, in India, when we talk about water neutrality, I think as a system, we reached water neutrality way back around 2016. And currently, as we speak, we are almost 3 times water neutral as far as the water that we use for our operations is concerned. And we have been doing this through a number of projects that we undertake. Our bottlers themselves undertake replenish projects, those traditional replenish projects like check dams and ponds and stuff like that. We do some part of it through CSR. We do also projects in regions where there's a real need for water replenishment rather than just doing in the backyard where it might not be so much in a requirement. But I think over the years, what we have realized, and again, referring back to what I was mentioning earlier also, is that if you want to really have a localized approach, you have to understand the need state of any country or region that you operate. Now, India is largely an agrarian country. If you look at the competing users of water, 90% of the water that is being used actually for agriculture. And if you really want to make an impact, that is where you should work upon. And it need not be limited to the ingredients that we source for ourselves, like probably sugar or fruit pulp or something like that. But that work could actually grow much larger, and you can make it actually crop agnostic. You need not focus only on the ingredients part of it. And we have seen great success for this kind of work which we have been doing. We have projects called as Meetha Sona, which focuses on sugarcane. We also have a program called as Unnati. Unnati is an overarching program which covers multiple horticultural ingredients as well as other crops. And as I was mentioning earlier, when we do sustainable practices in these agricultural areas, where we are talking about water avoidance, using techniques like drip irrigation or something like that, that's where the partnership with the government comes in. Like supposingly, if I made $1 million investment into a region, with the subsidies that the government provides, I've been able to unlock almost like $200 million in subsidies from the government. And that's where the scale of the work leads us to results. So I think I'll stop right here.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. Again, Coca-Cola, one of the categories, right, which is dependent on water and uses water. And very interesting to see that if 90% of water usage is agriculture for an agrarian economy, how can you really now work with agriculture, with the economy to replenish, not only make it neutral, but make it positive, right? And I think cross-collaboration that you spoke about would be coming into play here, right, Rajesh? Thank you so much. I didn't see any hand up here, so I'm moving on to Vishwa. Vishwa, anything on product design, packaging design, logistics that you can talk about in the sustainability journey for TCPL?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think for FMCG company focused on food and beverage, packaging goes hand in hand with us, and this is a topic that comes up almost in every forum we discuss. Let me give you a brief of Tata Consumer Products. Today, as we expanded, you see the Himalayan bottle kept over here in the dais as well. Starting from Himalayan water to Tata tea, to Tata coffee, to Soulful, which provides you the breakfast cereals, then to Tata Sampan that goes into your pantry staples, which I'm sure may be sitting in your kitchen somewhere, to salt, to mini snacking. A Tata Consumer Product can actually sit in every hour of the day That's the way we have expanded now. And given that, packaging also becomes very relevant. But I want to just say that in food and beverage, the packaging is an integral part of the offering. We can't treat it as just a separate exclusion, because we are providing things that literally people ingest, whether it's water or it's the other things. So from that perspective, I think we are very extra cautious of how we are packing our material. While having said that, circularity does form a very important part of our entire strategy. We have put into three larger buckets. The first bucket is the compliance part, which is the extended producer responsibility, wherein whatever we are packaging, we ensure that it gets recycled as a part of the government mandate. The second one is actually where design comes into play. The one part is that the EPR guideline in India says that you must take back the amount of plastic you're introducing into the market and recycle it, but on a brand neutral basis. So I'm not necessarily bringing all plastic from my own product, but I'm picking up from my fellow competitors as well. For that purpose, we see that most of our packaging is recyclable in nature, so that whosoever is picking it up should be able to recycle it back. We had taken a commitment to have 70% of our entire packaging globally to be recyclable by FY26. We've achieved that in the last financial year. Today we are 73%. We hope to make it 100% by FY 2030, and that journey we are traversing. But if you see the compliance part, and this is more of an end-of-pipe solution when the packaging has already gone into the market. The differentiator comes in when we say what we call the front-of-the-gate approach, where we try to design the packaging so that we can reduce the plastic. So for example, the Tata 1 kg salt pack, I am sure you would have seen it. It has been re-engineered to weigh 11% less. And by virtue of that, almost 200 plus tons of plastic doesn't get introduced into the stream at all. And that is what we call design for innovation.
And it hasn't impacted the product inside.
Of course it is. Of course it has. And then, of course, the third is to talk to our peers, which is very important. Sustainability can't be practiced in silo. So the peer interactions, speaking to your peers, and that is where the plastic packs come into picture. We are the members of Plastic Pact in India, UK, US, Canada, wherever we are operating. In fact, in India, we are the founding members as well. These associations help us to leapfrog technology together as a cohort. I think this is the way we are looking at packaging. But of course, packaging also means a lot of behavioral issues as well. How people are disposing packaging also contributes to the entire circularity maze. And towards that, we do a lot of these Jagore campaigns that we have on climate impact and other impacts as well. So that's always a continuum, and it's a constant journey with a moving goalpost. That's the issue, but yeah, that's the way we are trying to challenge.
Yeah, and the responsibility is not really on this side of the table, but for everybody in the room here, to your point, that if it is not disposed of in the way that it should be, packaging, then it's very difficult for you to recycle, get into that circularity, right? Thank you so much. Vaishnavi, Tata Power, could you share something on content, culture, in your green journey? Anything around that?
So I think thank you for that question, because, there's the left brain, right brain dichotomy that we always deal with. So when we are putting numbers and targets, there are very hard targets that Tata Power has taken. Net zero before 2045, zero waste to landfill and water neutrality by 2030, and no net loss to biodiversity by 2030. So this is the part where we've been working very actively. Our portfolio of clean and green energy has moved from 15% in 2015 to 45% currently. And with the pipeline of projects we have, we are slated to hit 65% by 2030. So that is a significant shift in our portfolio, and that showcases our commitment that is there. I talked a little while ago about evolving business models. So rooftop solar, I think we were one of the pioneers, market leaders for the last 11 years. We hold 13% of the market share in a highly fragmented sector, because this is driven by channel partners, and these are in the remotest parts of the country. We've also partnered with the government of India in the PM Surya Ghar Yojana. So we run a campaign called Ghar Ghar Solar, Tata Power ke saath. We've barely scratched the surface, because these are 20 lakh households that have rooftop solar over the capacity of 3.5 crore households that can be tapped into. EV charging ecosystem, we are present in 600 plus towns. but the utilization is at 5%. Now, when you are talking about what is on this side of the table and that side of the table, till people buy EV vehicles and use the charging ecosystem, us building that is really not going to work, right? And we also work on microgrids and remote locations. So these are some of the things that we do, hardcore business. But in terms of culture building, we have a program called Club Energy where we work with school students. So recently we did a program in Uttar Pradesh where we reached out to 3 lakh students under Eco Crew. This is about awareness of renewable energy generation, etc. 14 plus years we've been working on this topic. Excellent response from students even younger than you. I think we work with 4th standard to 8th standard, but that's where the ideologies of people are getting formed. The second part that we have is we're working with our supply chains. We work with our, both downstream and upstream value chain partners on screening, capacity building, assessment enablement, and giving them the capability to hold their own in ESG ratings, etc. We have 1 lakh plus learning hours on sustainability. LinkedIn has come back to us, and just to give context, 24,000 employees, close to 70,000 business associates. So on the base of that, we have 1 lakh learning hours on sustainability in a year. And we're mighty proud that our employees wanted to learn sustainability. We run a program called Climate Crew where we have 13,000 climate change champions who have now started generating user-based programs. So they are driving their programs. There are mini cohorts that are getting found. It is, I think, we are sitting at the crux of a revolution where everybody is taking the responsibility of sustainability in their own hands. I think it's no longer something that has to be top-down or centrally driven. I think every single person who is part of this journey, including me and you, need to think about this in our day-to-day.
Thank you. We've really, from Google and AI to agriculture, water, to packaging, to content and culture, and we'll now move to Ashish. Jagi Road, we always cross that when I was here in Assam. Of course, Assam's my home. So from Digboy to Guwahati, we would drive down, and Jagi Road would be the break before we got into Guwahati. So it's fantastic that the semiconductor facility is being set up. Before I come to Ashish, I really think, students, we need to hear some voices. So after I do with Ashish's question, I would really love at least one question from one of you for the panelists before we move on to the next section. So you can start thinking about it now. So Ashish, on the Jagi Road facility, but overall, in your experience, what are some of the environmental stewardship initiatives that you may be taking that you would like to share with us?
Yeah, I think a lot, right? And let me start with the easy one. In morning, there was a Kaziranga session. I think that's more, more beautiful place to be than possibly in a semiconductor plant. But one area is to keep the biodiversity intact. Not only that, to have a measurement. So, for all the students who are understanding here, it's been a learning. How do we have a baseline of biodiversity? Type of birds we have in, maybe, I'll take Assam example, but, the type of birds, the type of butterflies, the type of, elephants, and so on and so forth. So the baseline we are trying to get in whichever form, mainly quantitative, but also qualitative. And then from there, how do we continue to improve the baseline, not only in our operations, but in and around where we operate. We are also creating about a 2-acre herbal garden near our site, which will have more than 1,200 species of varieties of the herbs in preferably Assam, but entire Northeast. And we would continue to grow that and maintain that biodiversity. We're collaborating with Hathi Bandhu. We spoke about it with, it's their land. And then we are trying to see how the elephants, we take care of them. We avoid man-animal conflict. We do it at a group level as well. And then we are taking some help also from the Tata Sustainability at a group level. But Hathi Bandhu is where, it's our from Assam, and to see that elephants' path are taken care of and the conflicts are avoided. From that is one piece which is doable, and all of you can sort of contribute in that. The second piece, what Spencer spoke about, is AI. It's not that easy. More you use AI, the more requirement. The girl asked about data centers. The more requirement of data centers kind of go up. And we build data centers world class, but there are a lot of technologies which, if you understand data centers, especially the engineering students there, there is a air cooling option, there's a water cooling option, there's a lithium battery option, there's a non-lithium battery option. Correct? The non-lithium battery option is a little bit more preferred because it's more sustainable. So all those innovations keep happening on the tech portion of AI. The leverage of AI is that as the tech changes, as you shift your mobile next year, you buy a new mobile or a new car, we predict with our AI that what kind of tools would then be required for us to manufacture that tools with minimum impact on the power requirement, mainly the energy requirement, to some extent the water requirement. We partner with the top companies in the world who help us with the AI predictive model. The responsibility doesn't end there, because you have to educate the large part of ecosystem of semiconductor which doesn't exist in India as of now. So it exists in Japan, it exists in Taiwan, Malaysia, US, to educate them that, look, this is what the next 1 year, 2 year kind of a thing which we can predict. Why don't you also improve your tools, your machines, your requirements, which is considering less power, less water, and then we are flexible as and when we change, so that we continue our sustainability initiatives from that perspective. The third portion is the entire design. So we are lucky that we are designing a greenfield area. So how do we make sure that if I need a water, those of you understand mechanical, electrical students here, the HVAC loads, the energy loads, the water chiller loads. So how do we make sure that we use the optimum to make our factories flexible, and therefore we conserve both power, we conserve both energy, we conserve both water requirement during our manufacturing facilities, so that we leave a good legacy, as we ship our products globally and make it more and more sustainable for the chip you use. So I think 3-4 buckets I touched on, but there are many. A, the biodiversity, easy to do it, and this is what we are doing. B, educate our OEMs and supply chain system, and then once they come to Jagi Road, we kind of handhold them to train and make sure that they are also flexible. They are also sustainable, because it's the entire chain which needs to get educated and up to and agile to make sure that we are on the right path. And third, the technology, the factories, the designs, the membranes. Those of you understand water, so there is a ceramic technology and there's a non-ceramic technology, and our ability to recycle the water more and more depends upon our ETP, STP, ultra pure water design. So that's the nut and bolt of what we do as an envelope to make sure we are on the right path.
Thank you, Ashish. Will the herb garden be open for people to visit?
Yes.
Fantastic. That's a great initiative, because I think there's also an orchid garden. I don't know whether it's part of any green initiative, but that's being talked about a lot.
We are on path to support to make that orchid garden as well.
All right.
Yes.
That's great. I must say, little anecdote here. I grew up in Digboy, which is an oil town. And when we were young, I don't know whether they're still there, there were a lot of elephants who would just come into the bungalows or come into the oil fields. And we grew up, Ashish, never to feel scared about the elephants. Now, of course, we wouldn't go and confront them, but we would watch from our verandas while the elephants would just eat the bananas and go off. Or we would see them, the babies, the dad, mom, everybody in a row going to the oil fields and this. And when you spoke about Hathi Bandhu, I remembered that. And really, to all the students, and earlier in the panel, I loved what Dr. Ghosh spoke about, on your reels, on your camera, find time to really be with nature and do that. We've got some time left. Any questions that anybody has? Because of the light, I can't see people, But if I can hear your voice, I'm very happy to roll change for one question. Anyone? Okay. So if there's no question from the audience and everything's very clear, then why don't we have the panelists talk about just one way in which students overall can play a role today in really partnering all of these or some of these initiatives. It doesn't have to be all of the panelists in the interest of time. So Rajesh, I could look at you and then people could just maybe build up from there. I can hand you my microphone.
Thank you so much. So we were talking about recycled packaging, recycled content in our packaging. Obviously, it's a regulatory mandate, and every brand is supposed to comply to that, and Coke has already been doing that. In fact, even before the regulation kicked in, we had launched our first 100% recycled PET bottle, both in brand Kinley as well as brand Coca-Cola. And as we move forward, we are progressing towards meeting the regulatory update of whatever 30%, 40% it's going to be. But having said that, there is a large ecosystem of waste workers, or Safai Sathis as we call them, who are responsible for bringing back all that PET back to the recyclers. And in that ecosystem lies a lot of non-conformities, lot of issues, because they are actually at the bottom of the pyramid, and they are one of the most exploited people as far as the entire system is concerned. And if, as large global brands, we want to use that recycled PET in our packaging, we have to ensure that those ecosystems are cleaned. We have to ensure that we have a responsibly sourced recycled PET in our supply chain. And when we want to do that, I could go on talking about it because there are multiple interventions which can be done. One of the interventions that we have been doing with one of our large global partners, which is a UN organization, is to actually go back into those communities and start working with them and giving them access to already available benefits which the government has got, but they are not able to access them. And there, actually, when we went to those communities, we started working with the volunteers within those communities. The students became one very important component of ensuring that this work gets done, because they are the educated component of that community, and they do understand a lot of this stuff. Now, I'm not saying that all the people sitting down here need necessarily go down and do that, but that level of awareness of where the solutions can come from can actually help you understand how you can contribute positively to that piece of work.
Thank you so much. Vaishnavi, would you like to build on it? Yeah.
So I think one of the pivots of today's discussion was also innovation, and you know how technology is going to be an enabler in the journey of sustainability. So my request to all the students who are sitting here is that to be able to translate thought into reality, you need those technological enablements. You need to challenge norms, build new systems, think differently, think large. And that's something I think, you know, that newness of thought, that potential of possibilities is something that we really look forward to from the newer generation. I borrow words from our chairman emeritus Tata Group, Padma Vibhushan late Shri Ratan Tata. None can destroy iron, but its own rust can. Likewise, none can destroy a person, but their own mindset can. Leadership is about taking responsibility, not making excuses. So we are faced with a very real and tangible problem, which we need to solve in our lifetimes. Let's all join forces.
Thank you. Spencer, would you like to build something?
Building on.
Yeah,
sure. But please, you had a question. No. Oh. Just love to build on what Vaishnavi said, which I think rings really true for me. But not only because Google is an information company, but I think in terms of what young people can do right now is to actually think back to the pledge that was just read And I'll simplify it as knowledge is power. And we need to have, all of us, including you, need to have a good understanding of the issues and the cause and effect of what's going on. And it's very complicated. And that's why you really need systems level understanding. And you are in your prime learning age, because if you think about the search for solutions, you have to think about the interconnectedness of all the driving forces. And so it's not just chemistry or physics or biology, it's also politics, geopolitics, economics. All these contribute to an understanding of the problems and potential solutions, and I would encourage students to be curious about this, figure out the trusted sources, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. And then if knowledge is power, then your power is to share that knowledge. You can distill what you've learned to express calls to action for people that may not be able to understand all the complexities. And I think that's a really powerful role that students can play.
Thank you. My final question, and I'm just picking Vishwa, you at random, and then if others can just build on it. And that is, you know, we have Balipara Foundation, who's really organizing all of this, and the fantastic work that has been done. What, in your view, you know, are some of the things that foundations like Balipara do to, you know, partner corporates like you?
Thank you for the question. I think one of the biggest differentiators that Balipara foundations and alike institutions bring in is the power of change, because they are the enablers of getting you know, corporates to move towards the change side, and sometimes they also you know, play the role of being the bridge in between, because there is value lying at the other side, which could be the community or some other interested parties, and there is the corporate which is lying to create the value, but sometimes the middle conduit is very important, I think. So Balipara brings in that. And the second point that I feel that I've been coming to Balipara this is my third year. I think the voice very clearly of the ones who are really waiting for the value. Last year, I remember I was at the Balipara Foundation Awards, and the kind of people who get awarded are the grassroots people who bring in real use cases. So I think while Balipara is giving a wonderful platform to the entire Northeast from a very regional focus, they're bringing in the voices of the people who are actually moving the needle very, very silently somewhere in the grassroots. So I think that is the most important point, bringing visibility to that, and then you know, challenging us to then partner and see how we can make that change.
Of course, yeah. Thank you. Any bills to this? Yeah, Vaishnavi.
So I would also like to, you know, appreciate the heterogeneity of, you know, people who come into forums like this. Allows us to solution multidimensionally, and you know, that's something very important, because nothing is going to happen in isolation, like my, you know, peers have already mentioned. So thank you. I think a wonderful forum. It's been a pleasure being here.
Thank you. With this, I would like to sort of, conscious of time, there are very interesting panels for the rest of the day. Thank you very much to all of you, and thank you for the question. That was very interesting. Thank you, everyone.
Our warmest regards and thank you to all our panelists, our esteemed panelists, for this second session. Before we end the program, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude and a token of our reverence to you by extending a small token as a felicitation. I request Professor Bipul Nath, sir, to kindly felicitate our guest. I also request Professor Amlan Das to kindly come onto the stage and felicitate our speakers on the stage. I request Professor Bipul Nath, sir, to kindly felicitate our speakers. In the second session, we had the privilege to listen to esteemed speakers and panelists, Mr. Spencer Law, Head of Regional Sustainability APAC Google, Mr. Rajesh Ayapilla, Senior Director Sustainability and CSR Coca-Cola, Madam Vaishnavi P, Sustainability and CSR Tata Power, Mr. Vishwa Bhattacharya, Director Sustainability Tata Consumers Product, Mr. Ashish Mishra, Project Director, Assam, Tata Semiconductor, Assembly and Test. And leading the conversation, we had the honor of having with us Madam Babita Borua, CEO, VML India. Thank you. We're extremely honored to have our panelists, our esteemed dignitaries joining us here for the 13th forum, EHNF forum at the Assam Royal Global University. Ma'am. Before we let you move down the stage, we request you all for a group photograph so that we can keep it as a memory in the treasure trove of 13th EHNF Forum. Thank you so much. I request our volunteers to kindly clear the table here. Our volunteers on duty there, students, please come. Then take it down. Without further ado, and taking the session forward, we now move into our next session of 13th EHNF, jointly organized by the Assam Royal Global University. The next session, titled Natural Capital Linking Canopies, Climate and Community Livelihoods, which will dive into how ecological landscapes shape climate security and community resilience. Please welcome Dr. Kuladhar Hoikia, IPS retired, former Director General Police of Assam, a visionary leader known for his groundbreaking grassroots community empowerment initiative, Project Prahari. Dr. Kuladhar Hoikia is a retired Indian Police Service officer who served as the Director General of Assam Police until his retirement in 2019. Sir is a 1985 batch IPS officer from the Assam Division, Meghalaya cadre, with a distinguished career that includes leadership in community development and community policing initiatives. Dr. Saikia is noted for launching Project Prahari, an empowerment and anti-witch hunting campaign that became notable enough to be featured as a case study in the Harvard Business Review. We are indeed delighted and honored to have you with us on this very, very significant forum, sir. Welcome to 13th EHNF, and once again, welcome to the Assam Royal Global University, sir. I request Karishma Ahmed, Chief Communication Chair, to kindly felicitate Dr. Kuladhar Hoikia, sir. Sir, I invite you for the keynote address, sir.
Morning to all of you, and I must congratulate the organizer and different stakeholders for having such a wonderful deliberations on important issues. We all understand what the today's theme means. I'm very thankful to them because a very important loop in the whole ecosystem of today's seminars have been identified and focused. This is about the linkages between canopy, community livelihood, and the climate change. Now, we all understand what is nature, what is climate, what is, generally how we live with the nature as such. Because when a child is born in Assam, please remember this, when a child is born in Assam, he is born with hearing the chanting of Saint Shankardeva, who really wrote who really wrote about the integration of humanity with nature. We are born with that, but when we become younger, we see the depleted forest, we see the depleted mountains, and we understand that we generally understand that it's an after effect of development. So let us look into the whole concept, whole notion of development, how we have misunderstood it, why we should rethink and revisit the notion of development as such. We do know what is a natural capital. The soils, the river system, the water, the mountains, the forest, everything consists of that. Now, when we make a plan or a policy matters, we generally forget or we ignore or we degrade or we devalue the role of nature and how humanity is interconnected with the nature. Look at this way, when the canopy is not only the green crown over us, this is much more than that. This is not only the source of livelihood for the millions of people, who are living in a very marginalized state of life and living. So those people are thriving on these components in the nature. They are the people who, with their, the traditional knowledge and indigenous technologies, they have been protecting the nature till now, the forest, the trees, the river, everything they are protecting. But when we make a developmental plan or program, we generally don't recognize them. This is the time that we must recognize these people who have been preserving the forest, who have been maintaining the economic balance, the eco balance in our earth. So these are certain issues, the recognition of these people. Now, the moment we understand that they do provide these forest canopies, they provide food, fiber, fuel to these people, but that is not enough. The whole civilization was dependent when it flourished only on the forest. They look at the diversities, the complexities of complexities in the ecology, in the physiology, or even in ethnology of the river basin in this area. I had written an article recently in Hindu paper about how when we kill a river, how it leads to the death of a civilization slowly and gradually. So this is a time we must think about it. We know all what is that when we confront, we are increasingly confronting with the climate change threat. To counter this, we must recognize these people who have been maintaining, who have been managing the forest, who have been managing the nature for us. In fact, when I was working in police service in 2001, during my introduction, they were talking about the Project Prahari. What did I do in the project? See, I was posted in a particular area, underdeveloped, isolated, and the worst thing happening was the women folks have been branded as witches. You know why? Today we must discuss that particular thing, One of the reasons, one of the allegations against those people, the people who were killed, in one night 5 persons were killed in a village thinking they were witches, and they are responsible for the last few years drought in the area. Think of it. That drought and the flood has become irregular phenomena in our part of the country. We must recognize that this has led to the social tension and stress amongst different communities who are living with forests, who are very close to the nature. So in that particular situation, what I thought personally that we have to intervene in a different and non-traditional method of policing. That is how we talked about Project Prahari. See, when a particular person is branded as witch, it is done in a community decision-making process. The community comes, decides who would be the witches, and everybody will give punishment on that particular person after branding. My only hunch was, please think about it, this community decision-making process and the community action, they are so bound by the strong community bond and energy. Why cannot we transform this bond and energy to something meaningful and purposeful? That is how we developed this project, and incidentally this project named as being a change agent. This is a case study in Harvard Business Review, you can see that. It has talked about as being a change agent, how the community became the change agent. Today, a lot of people from the corporate sectors are there who are involved in different ways in taking forward the missions of the corporate sectors. I would like to request them that, you know, the way we took the help of the corporate sectors in the Project Prahari, even giving a small amount of training, capacity building mechanism to the weavers in those areas, that created wonderful livelihood for them. In fact, we brought in some designer from National Institute of Design, taught the ordinary villagers how to go for market civic clothes and drapes. And please remember, that is what is empowerment. And even we took the IIT Guwahati engineers and teachers and students to those villages to study the indigenous and traditional way of irrigating the land. Those mechanisms are being slowly and gradually lost. So this is where people like you who are from corporate sector, please look into the matters where you can contribute substantially for the livelihood of these people, because these are the people who are basically keeping the forest alive. These are the people who are keeping the river flowing. That is why it's a very important topic for today, and I'm sure the other members, other speakers will talk about the different components like canopy, how it is helping stabilizing our climate, how it is helping fighting with the climate change. Even in the matter of climate change, they can talk about the new types of development like climate smart agriculture, increasing adaptability, all these sort of even carbon stores, all things can be talked about by the different speakers. I would be very glad if they touch upon such issues. But the fact remains that the way we have lived all throughout in our life, that nature, we live nature, you know, we live the river, we live the mountains. It should not be like any of the, you know, management lessons. You know, people here who are sitting from management, they would know that Chesterton's fence, you know, what it means. It means that a new person comes and he sees there is a fence on the road. He says, okay, you dismantle it, we'll go for something new. We never think about in any of our developmental activities that before breaking the existing fence, you must know why the fence existed at all first. First place, why the fence was there, what purpose it was serving. Only after that you think about the second order thinking. But we don't think about it. We take development as creating some sort of, it's not living in, creating not living infrastructure. We create infrastructures which have no life. So please go into all these, and I think that will help all the listeners and all of us. The society will be enriched by such type of talking, I believe, by all the important scholars and speakers here. With that, I would just say that, you know, climate change, then your community livelihood, and the canopies, they are so interlinked, you cannot just leave one out of the loop. In fact, when I was a consultant in World Bank, I was working on a project like, not project, it was my own model actually, in Washington. I was working there in the World Bank. So that time I developed a model which was an integrated model where change agent can motivate the communities to go for community actions and decision making. That model they wrote to me saying that they would teach to the member countries. So basically the community is the ultimate. Please reconnect and revisit the community so that they are connected to business, they are connected to the ecology, they are connected to the economy, and connected to the governance. whatever scheme we talk about, whatever carbon stores, whatever carbon pricing we talk about, if we talk about climate smart agriculture, we have to see that the equitable distribution of resources should go to the people in the ground, go to the marginalized class of people. With this, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful talk and the keynote address. Now, moving ahead, I now request the esteemed panelists to join us in stage for the discussion. I invite Mr. Rajesh Ayapilla, Senior Director, Sustainability and CSR, Coca-Cola. Sir, welcome on the stage, please. I invite Alok Chitra, COO, Rajasthan Royals, to kindly join us on the stage. I now invite Mr. Deep Roy, Managing Partner, Equilex India. I invite Madam Babita Borua, CEO, VML India, to join us on the stage. I take the honor to invite Mr. Pankaj Madan, CFO and Lead ESG, Varun Beverages. I now invite Mr. Anuj Sharma, founder, LCSR Impact, who will be steering and moderating this very important decision in the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our esteemed panelists and our panel to the stage with a huge round of applause before we begin with this important discussion. Mr. Anuj Sharma, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, thanks a lot for being here. And we are now getting into something very important and significant, which was built up by sir in a very, I will say, in a meaningful manner. So we have distinguished panelists here, and we are going to talk about something which is very important to take this whole nature-related initiative to the next level. So we are talking about communities, we are talking about ecosystem, we are also talking about how to bring the intersection of community well-being, but at the same time, how we can bring the impact and how we can also bring the ecosystem of economic upsides as well, interlinked together. And in that, there are different fields of, I will say, thought which has come in. And I come from a field of impact investing. For the last 2 decades, I've spent time significantly in South Asia promoting impact investing in different manners, where we are talking about intersection of profit with a purpose. Now, many of us kind of can debate about that if you are talking about profit, then it is only one-sided. But at the same time, there had been lots of ways coexistence can happen. And today, when we are talking about indigenous people, local people, we have to also think about how to kind of find a way that they can have the right kind of natural resource preservation through economic upside, which can also come in. And that's where impact investing has thrived. And that has also shown a lot of different benefits to the society at large as well. And we had incredible examples of a lot of social enterprises which have kind of given a significant thing back to the society in different manners as well. And that is where I will be pondering in with respect to this distinguished panelist, how we can amplify a way where corporates are having a great work that they are already doing, but how can we have the sensitization with the local indigenous communities, how we can have preservation of the forest, and also the biodiversity that we are talking about, and especially in Northeast, which is the hub of the biodiversity and ecosystems we are talking. 80% of the good soil primarily is of India is having its own, like I will say, place in Northeast. So keeping that into mind, maybe I'll come and start with Rajesh, because Coca-Cola is one of the pioneer in the world in terms of having a movement where you all started out with a different way of supporting different initiatives of community development, at the same time having the corporate interests interlinked with respect to how we can see local and indigenous people benefits can happen. So Rajesh, how Coca-Cola is integrating this whole model of natural capital into sustainability, water stewardship, and community upliftment at large? Yeah.
Thanks for the question. So when we talk natural capital, we are talking about the resources that nature has provided to us. It could be water, air, soil, any of those. And in any kind of work that we do has to kind of like ensure that while utilizing these resources, we are not wasting them, but we are actually conserving them. So that's where I think the work that Coca-Cola as a system has been doing since past so many decades. We spoke about water stewardship in our earlier session also. I would like to do a little bit of deep dive into that. So you have basically one within the boundaries of your operation, which is basically your manufacturing operations. And the second one is outside the boundaries. So within the boundaries, we try to be as efficient as possible when it comes to using the natural resource, which is water. We measure that by means of an efficiency metric, which we call as water usage ratio. So for every liter of beverage that we produce, how many liters of water we are using. While I'm not privy to divulge those numbers, but currently we are at somewhere around 1.7, which means that we use 1.7 liters of water to produce a liter of beverage. So 0.7 liters is actually going into the wastewater treatment. And where that water gets reused again is again entirely up to us. So there are substantial investments which we make on a technological forefront within our manufacturing operations to improve upon that. That's one aspect of that. I also mentioned in my previous session that we are kind of like 3 times water positive and stuff like that. But when it comes, that's at an aggregate level when I look at the country. But if I want to really do work where it matters most, we have also identified a certain footprint of our manufacturing operations, which incidentally might be called as high-risk locations, because there is water scarcity over there. So we also decided that out of those specific number of high-risk locations which we identified, we want to move each one of those locations to be water positive at an individual level, which means that there are additional investments which have to come in. So I think briefly that is what I will talk about water. We have spoken about packaging earlier, so I will not dwell on that. When it comes to emissions, again, emissions is one core area where we have been working quite a lot. We have moved from a target based on intensity per liter to an absolute number. While India continues to be a very high growth market, there are challenges in terms of how to curb the actual absolute growth of the carbon footprint that we have. But we are quite on track in terms of that. We are focusing not only on scope 1 and scope 2, but also looking at scope 3, which is largely the fleet that we use for our distribution, as well as the coolers that we use for serving our product beverages. And I think I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Okay. Great. And this is also one of the very unique panel where we are having one of the industry 2 biggest players sitting together. And that also means like we are talking about something not just in a specific manner, but at a generalized global level as well. So Pankaj, if I bring you into the conversation, you have seen like how the evolution of this whole ESG movement and other things is happening, and also how it is getting integrated to the financial well-being as well. So how you foresee this whole thing moving forward? Like how well it will be integrated in terms of that when we are talking about the reporting pattern, that's one side, but also the importance of the financial metrics and the social metrics coming and integrating together. Yeah.
I think first of all, I think it's a great forum and a very, very relevant topic. I mean, this topic is relevant to all industries, but when it comes to beverages, it is absolutely core and central and heart of what we do. So you cannot really segregate, the ESG from what we do as a product proposition. At Varun Beverages, we are one of the largest franchise of PepsiCo, which is India and Nepal and Sri Lanka and the African region. I mean, it makes tremendous economic sense to be socially and economically and, in terms of the environmentally, be responsible. And there are multiple aspects. One, of course, Anuj, is water. And that's again, goes to the core of our product itself. And, when it comes to water, I think, one aspect is how efficient are we in terms of utilizing water. And that's a metric we track very closely. I mean, it's got to do with the best-in-class technology, top-notch SLAs to monitor that, particularly in high water risk areas where some of our factories are located. The responsibility becomes even higher. And, what we are targeting is that in another 1 year, we will achieve water usage ratio of 1.4. So that's really where we want to go, and there's a clear roadmap for that. But over and above that is that how do you replenish what you draw out? And currently, whatever we draw out, we replenish 2x of that back into the soil. And how do we do it is in a very focused way. I mean, of course, there is a capital outlay that happens, but it is that, you really, today, I mean, we tied up with IIT/IIT. They have mapped, the pan-India, and what we have is about 260 water bodies. And, so instead of just just passively investing in that, we can actually online in a very proactive way monitor that what's going on out there. And also, when we look at the watershed, particularly what we focus on is the Yamuna river basin. And so therefore, whatever our efforts are on the lines that ultimately we enrich that. And then it gets very localized. And I mean, somewhere you need ponds, somewhere we need check dams, somewhere you need those Khambagati kuas, which are more relevant. And so in totality, I think that's really what we do as far as, the water conversation is concerned. Yeah.
So, yeah, but thanks a lot. So bringing the local element into the conversation as well, which is very important. So Babita here, like I was listening when you were moderating the previous session. So if I try to visualize, like when we are talking about the conservation, we are talking about preservation, we are talking about the whole ecosystem of biodiversity, then we say it is a responsibility to indigenous people, local people. But when we talk about the commercialization of it, the brand building, that's the time when we don't have them ever as leaders. So how you foresee the whole narrative change where the indigenous people, especially the Northeast people, find their dues, because most of the natural resources are coming from Himalayas, Northeast and hinterlands. But whenever there is a big corporate or startups, we are not seeing leadership which is amplifying the brands. So what is your views on that? Yeah.
I won't say all. There are some who are doing a fairly good job, but yes, there's a job to be done. I'll speak a little bit from the marketing and comms, because that is what also changes behavior, right? And that influences behavior, and that's part of brand building, right? The first thing is really about, are we feeling the impact of what is happening around us, or are we just talking about it? And as a brand, are we therefore feeling it ourselves through our products, and are we making people feel conscious of it? And in the previous panel, there were some examples of that. But I'll give an example of one of our group companies. It was a social experiment where in the desert, there was a shower which was put up in a glass wall. It's like a shower cubicle, which you could see inside. So you saw the shower. And it's one of those villages where obviously it was water deprived, in the middle of the deserts of Rajasthan. And very soon you had people coming in curious, what is it? You turn it on, and there was water. And instead of people taking a bath, because they're not used to seeing a shower, at the time, they started drinking the water. And we predicted that it would be used for drinking, so it was drinking water. And the way the experiment was done is, as more and more people came and started drinking, the water would trickle down finally to nothingness. And that by the time a lot of people had come because they were curious and they saw that there was water, they were drinking it, they were quenching their thirst, and then the water had depleted and they turned it on and it didn't come on, and the whole thing was filmed. So this is a great case of you do an experiment in one place, but with social media today, you actually blow it up across channels so that you make people feel the impact of how do you feel when you're thirsty. You saw water in front of your eyes and then in 5 minutes there was no water for you. That is when you feel the impact yourself and people talk about it, right? Because otherwise you only hear about there's no water, people don't drink, etc. So that's one way of doing it where tangible, experiential acts, not advertising, can really make a big difference in brand building. That's number one. The second one is an example that we did for Times of India, and that can very well be done in the Northeast with any collaborator. And that is, it's commonly done as an initiative, which is the use of plastic and not to use plastic, but this was called Unplastic. The way this was done, and this is where visual metaphors can be used, I have the film, but I'm showing it tomorrow. Unfortunately, I couldn't manage it today. But it's really about birds and fish, etc., and the heads are being squashed. They're being like, so when you're opening a bottle, for instance, you're taking the head off a bird or an animal. It's visually striking, and if you're an animal and a bird lover, my gosh, it's like really striking. So sometimes a visual impact of something moves you from what is socially permissible, I eat a packet of whatever wafers and I throw a packet outside, to something which makes you feel very socially awkward to the point of being socially punishable. And these are the ways, again, where you can drive that consciousness. So this was with a pledge that the fantastic young girl in the earlier one, she made us all take a pledge. So there was pledge, there were companies that signed on to it. Again, Rajesh, we talked about cross-collaboration. So this was one where the TOI actually collaborated with a lot of companies to get the plastic together. So cross-collaboration and the shock of visual metaphors to again make people aware of. So first was experience, second. The third one is a story after my heart. It's really on gender, and it's on human cost, and that is who bears the cost for what is happening around us. A lot of us talk about it, write about it, see it, we're sitting in a panel, but are we really feeling the brunt of it? And this is a village in Maharashtra where the water has to be got many miles away from where people stay. And in that village, what the men do is they don't have one wife or two wives, they have multiple wives, sometimes as many as 5. And that happens not because they're of the same age. The wife is the one who brings water from very far, and when she becomes of a certain age, and also with childbearing, etc., she's not able to carry so much, the man marries the second wife. So when she becomes that, the third wife comes in. And my colleague, Swati Bhattacharya, I love her very much, she made a film called The Water Wives. And that is when we really again feel what is the extent to which the problem is. When there is dignity of the gender which is being impacted, when there's no equality being impacted, are these stories even told? Like my friend heard about this in a news article and she made a film on it, which of course raised awareness. So I think for the Northeast, for all the people today, thank you Balipara Foundation, there's so many marketers here, so many industrialists, so many people who are from foundations. If we can sit together and think about the first one, which is experiences, how can we get people to experience? How can we make something which is socially permissible today to punishable, like the Unplastic example? And the third one, really, what are the women, or what are perhaps the lesser privileged sections of the society undergoing directly because of the impact of either water or soil erosion, etc. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. And I think it's also a beginning of a larger conversation we are coming up. So we have got the corporates, we've got the regional, like I will say, flavor of it. Now we are getting into the entertainment of different type. We are talking about sports. And we are talking about a team which has like defied logic. They actually won the first IPL. And not just won the IPL, they retained the kind of brand image which very few in the country have, like a positive brand image with lots of ground truthing as well in terms of the kind of initiatives you all have taken in terms of conservation, in terms of talking about social issues and others. So, Alok, how you feel the sports ecosystem can become a cultural amplifier for conservation, and not just about conservation, but also bringing an inclusive approach towards these indigenous local people having a say through the amplification of the sports we are talking about. Yeah.
Thanks for that. Firstly, I'm really stoked to be here, and thanks to Balipara Foundation for putting this together, and all of you lovely young dynamic folks who've made all of this possible. So thanks for having me here. I think you spoke of sport being a culture driver. I mean, sport is a driver not just necessarily of culture, but also behavior and also an economic driver. And we are seeing that more and more, especially when we look at what impact IPL does to any state or city that it goes to, the kind of employment that it generates, the kind of opportunities that it creates for the local folks of that community is incredible. I think at the same time, we should also be, and given that we're talking about this in this forum, is one should also be very conscious of what is the footprint that we are leaving behind. Yeah, because you are essentially coming in, and there's so many more people coming in. There's construction, you're creating an entire atmosphere to make it exciting at the stadium, etc. But is it being done in the right way? And there are some steps, I would say, that we as a team have started taking in the near term, and there's some things that we are looking at on how we can include our entire ecosystem in it as well. So I'll talk about a couple of things. One of the things is early on, I mean, we started playing in Guwahati in 2023, where we made Guwahati as well as one of our home venues, and since then we've been playing 2 games in Guwahati every year. One of the things that we've done is we've partnered with local NGOs, both here in Guwahati and in Jaipur, to ensure that everything that is left from a footprint, from a waste perspective, is recycled and managed really well. And time and again, and across all parts of the venue, you would see messaging around how each one of you and each and every individual coming there can really play a small role in making sure that the place is left as good as how you found it when you entered the stadium and the vicinity. So that's really, I would say, a small part. The other bit where I feel that the impact is much, much bigger is we were one of the few teams to really look at doing a green game. So that year we were the first team to do that. In 2022, we actually partnered with Schneider Electric, and we again said, how can we get our entire community energized? And the campaign was around Green Yodhas. So the whole idea was that there's about 30,000 people coming into the stadium, watching the game. How can the footprint of whatever the game is creating and the people coming in be offset? And it was offset by planting 17,000 trees against that. So it was kind of one of the first of its kind, a carbon neutral game that IPL had hosted. And this is something which was led by RR with one of its partners. A couple of years ago, in 2024, we started something called as the Pink Promise game. So the league came up with guidelines wherein one of your games in the season could be dedicated to one of your initiatives that the foundation undertakes. So the Royal Rajasthan Foundation, which primarily focuses on women and focuses on livelihoods. So we partnered with one of our brand partners and sponsors, Luminous, who are into the business of solar. And we said for every single 6 being hit, all the runs which are being scored, we will light up one house with solar. And how was this really achieved? This was achieved by training women from rural Rajasthan to become solar engineers. Yeah, so these solar engineers, so you're creating a movement that is self-sustaining in a way, rather than bringing in interventions which are very tactical and one time. So we've now, over 3 years, there's already been about 6 to 8 solar engineers who've been trained, and each trained solar engineer has the ability to sort of go and install and maintain panels across 50 households. So that's where the impact's really starting, and it's green, it's sustainable. So this is one way in which we believe we've been doing what we can do. Storytelling really becomes very, very important, and Babita really pointed out some of these, like the element of shock and awe, I think works really, really well, because people living in cities, in top towns, don't really understand and realize what the problems of the indigenous people in problems of some of the people that things we take for granted. Like that shower example is an incredible example. We take these things for granted, but when you go 100 kilometers away and suddenly you realize that, it's a very different world that the rest of the population's living in. So how can we really impact our wider communities? Because you spoke about, right at the start, you spoke about, profit and purpose. We always believe that it's always kind of a three-pronged approach, wherein there is people, planet, and profit. So you can never take planet out of the equation. I think it's very important to keep planet in that equation always, because you want something which is sustainable, and you want, like, if I have to just talk about sport, we would want the next 200, 300 years and the generations to come to enjoy the sport the way we do, as opposed to them having to do with restrictions because we've not taken care of the climate and the environment.
So it actually reminded me of something very recent that we had done actually. So we have been focusing on something called as sustainability activations in high footfall locations. So it could be something like the Mahakumbh, which is the largest religious gathering on earth, drawing close to around 650 million people, to something as recent as the recently concluded Women's World Cup. So we have been running a campaign which we called as Maidan Saaf, so literally clean the field. And we have been doing this in partnership with ICC. Initially, it started off as just a sustainability display event in 2023 during the World Cup, when we actually made recycled PET flags of all the countries and displayed them during the stadiums. It actually entered the Limca Book of World Records. And going forward, in the latest Women's World Cup, obviously with active support from ICC and the stadium management, we have been able to almost do a waste-free stadium activation at all the 4 locations that the game was played. Close to around 10 tons of waste was prevented from going to the landfill because of these activities, which is quite considerable. And going forward, you'll be seeing a lot of that in the upcoming Men's World Cup happening next year.
Great, thank you. So I would like to bring a very important element here, legal, which is often the make or break in terms of when we are talking about conservation, climate, indigenous rights, nature, and others. So Deep, when we look around, and you have heard a lot of amazing conversations in this session and previous as well, how you see like the legal aspects can play a role in terms of amplifying the conservation effort, or I will say more than conservation, amplifying the cause of local indigenous people in terms of their growth, in terms of building enterprises as well.
Yeah, so thank you everyone, thanks Anuj, and thanks for having me here. I think it's very topical and situational that I'm trying to address this after everyone's spoken and given a very eloquent portrayal of what they are doing. I'm going to take a step back and actually bring in what is essential. And what my thought is that at the end of the day, law, compliance is all there to govern a certain amount of behavior. And the behavioral aspect of how people see things and how companies or entities function. It's sort of a guideline. What I'm trying to put across, and just trying to put across as a thought for everyone, that out here we are sitting and we do have discussions on what are initiatives being taken. We are in a state in the country today that people are applauding accolades for doing an X initiative, Y initiative. What I'm trying to suggest is that what is the time, as in the time right now, where we need to move to probably, is to alter a little bit of the way of thinking. Doing something for the environment, or doing something especially for nature capital that we're talking about, biodiversity, should be ingrained within us, should be something which should have to happen. And how can that happen? And I'm very grateful that Rajesh spoke about something that went across to 50 million people. We need 1.4 billion of our population, and more so coming in the years, to have to start complying. And that can be done by a legal diktat, if it is a part of your way of life. And there is no reason there shouldn't, and there is no reason there cannot. Why isn't environment treated the same as tax laws and labor laws? How much is the Environment Protection Act being amended and changed to live up to today's day and age? Yes, it has. From what it was, I would say that it's definitely being changed quite regularly, but is it enough? We are still a few months away from the full carbon trading platform being active. There have been notifications given for a certain set of industries. Their targets have been set out now for India. There is no clarity on what is the compatibility with the international regime. We are, as of now, definitely playing catch up. What I am trying to suggest is that why should it be any different? Today, we know we need taxes for running the country. So we have a concept of a TDS. Forget anything, you already have a concept in CSR. You already have a concept in saying that these are the 15 things you can do for CSR. You have to give 2% from your relevant turnover, whatever the calculation is for CSR. Why can't 1% of that be mandatorily for environment only? There's no other additional expenditure to companies. Today, the companies choose. Yes, some of them are choosing it to be environment, and we are grateful for that. But is it not the time that people now say that it has to be a way of life? Because everything has, obviously, we all talk about costs, what happens. We can do the experiment that ma'am said. One or two of them will be able to carry it out. Some certain sector of companies will carry it out. Certain set of people will carry it out. Not everyone. Absolutely. But everyone pays TDS, right? Everyone pays gratuity. Everyone pays Provident Fund. Why? Because it has reached the masses. So I think it is essential to ensure that those contributions come about, and those contributions will go to the communities. The communities who are working for this whole initiative, why isn't there a separate amount going directly into their accounts? We are all talking about money getting lost. So I think a lot of it can get addressed in a huge manner by changing the way we are looking at it. I'll tell you where we are coming from. Obviously, all of this comes with costs. The company who bears it treats it as an additional cost and has to capture it in his business plan. The investor looks at it at the time of valuing the company, saying how much will he spend on making themselves carbon neutral. So that's what you put in to discussing what is the value of the company. There are people who are on the other side who will look at it as an opportunity of gaining income. And there are others who will also look at it from another economic perspective. I'm saying it is high time that the effects are such that you go beyond looking at it just to be an expenditure related or something that we can do to improve our status or our outlook, but it is a way of life. So I think that is the crux of where we need to change and where law can make it happen. So what has started, I would say, we have started with bringing in all our Biodiversity Act is there, changes happening. You are having the Wildlife Protection Act. What is lacking, which is an essential part of the other things that is happening? How is GST happened? GST and RERA does not happen only by giving the law. There have been 10 years of how you have implemented the law, which is the difference which is not happening. Today you have carbon credits, you have a scheme, you have the regulation that has come in for certification. Who is implementing it? How many grassroots level centers are there in every state to reach out to people? Who is making them aware that this is your right as a community when the afforestation is happening? So I think these are certain changes which we need to happen.
Very well said. So maybe I'll kind of open up in a slightly different way, because we have lots of youngsters here. And foreseeing certain things, I will just ponder and then open up for everybody to kind of respond. So we are talking about growth of India, and some people have spoken about in a very clear manner. Is the growth we are talking about is with AQI 400, or with a kind of thing where we can't have access to natural food, fresh food, good air or good water? Everything is commoditized. So what kind of growth we are talking about? Whether we are talking about a corporate or we are talking about a institution in a different manner. How we see or how you visualize, one is obviously as a corporate, but also as a human, a message to these youngsters, what they should look around if they are talking about sustainability as an option of career, or they want to do something in the biodiversity as well. So what you would like to give a message, like if I kind of ask, and it's a difficult question in certain ways, but it is very important for these youngsters to take away something positive as well.
I mean, one thing I'll say, Anuj, is that, as consumers make choices with products and organizations that are responsible. And it's happening. I mean, it's happening in India as well, but you look at the US and you look at Europe. I mean, people are willing to pay a premium. They're willing to just select, products that are environmentally responsible. Because at the end of the day, the point that was made, for an organization, this is a cost line item. Link that to revenue by making those choices. That's one part. But I think other thing also is that I think this field as a career offers tremendous opportunity. I think, there are sunrise industries or functions, so to say, and then there are sunset. I mean, this has really come to a threshold where we just, be it the regulations, be it, organization asked to do a certain kind of a minimum, etc. It's nowhere come to the quantum of effort and the expertise and the seriousness that needs to go in for this to happen. And for that, I think what we need is, just the students and the talent here. All I can say is this is the career for the future. It will only grow in being meaningful and, also in terms of having a very good career path trajectory. Yeah.
Just building on to what you said, I think the voice of the young is a very powerful voice. A lot of you sitting here, you're going to move on to a job of your choice, whatever, a business of your choice, an initiative of your choice. It's very important to make people accountable for depleting the environment, what you see as wastage, and be accountable yourself before you make others accountable. So again, from the consumption that you do to pointing out, like I said, if you see anything which is against what is the norm, etc. But do raise your voice. I again come back to Dr. Ghosh. I really loved what she said. We point our phone all the time, to click pictures. I do it at my age, right? Forever making reels, forever putting up posts. Let's spend time to really portray the power of green, the power of breathing fresh. And before I hand over to you, there was one, I'm very much into social experiments, by the way. So one experiment that was done, not by me, there were parents in a room and there were children in a room. And they were given white paper and crayons to draw the world that they live in. And the parents drew beautiful walls, pretty much mountain, forest, birds, like we draw scenery, because you imagine that world to be the world. And the children only picked up gray and black and painted smoke and factories. And that goes to say that children are growing up and realizing that the world is very different. And we are not seeing that enough as elders. So that is where the voice of the young comes in. Thank you.
Sorry, I'll just conclude her thought with another extension of that experiment, which I have also heard of, is that there was a similar experiment of drawing done. And here, similarly, the parents did have some sort of outdoors involved in it. There was this one child who drew, which he said was his father at that point of time, sitting in front of him with phone and his mother with a phone. And that's all they drew. So I think, so just to extend that experiment, but I think that's where things have changed, and I think schools are now having educations given as to how the phone is no longer the right thing to use. But to answer your question, I think it's the answer is simply, you know, as I said, to continue with what my thought was, that make it a part of your life, make it a way of your life. And I think to also pick up one line from what Dr. Saikia said in his opening speech, that when you, there is a fence and you want to break the fence and create a new one, always understand why that fence was there in the first place. So please introspect before taking decisions. That's the way.
That was quite deep, huh? All right. I think going back to the point on careers, I have a very different view on sort of a career focused around sustainability. I think anyone doing anything can integrate sustainability into what they do. And go with the assumption that people here will become engineers, architects, management graduates. I think in whatever field you work in, or whether it be sport, I think you should not let go of the element of sustainability rather than necessarily just being focused on the domain of sustainability only. Like in a small organization, you know, who is the HR manager? Every team leader is the HR manager because the person, he or she are responsible for their team. Same way, I think if you're running a small setup, if you're running a micro enterprise, you are the CEO, CFO, the COO, as well as the CSO, the Chief Sustainability Officer. If you have to start with that mindset, I think that starting with that mindset is very important. Second bit, I think it's also on the institutions that exist today, whether it be universities, whether it be corporations, etc., to make it fun and exciting for the newer generation. Is there a way to gamify things? I think the two ways in which, and these are the two of the most consumed things on the planet. One is stories, whether it be through content, through books, through series, etc. And the second bit is games, right? Gamification, like gamification in everyday life. And I'll give you a beautiful example of gamification of sustainability. So prior to my days at the Rajasthan Royals, I worked with the Mahindra Group, and I used to run the commercial and marketing function for the racing business, and this was the business of Formula E, which is electric racing. So FIA, which is the governing body similar to the way you have the BCCI here, had created a sustainability framework. And the sustainability framework actually needed you to do certain things, and you could, when you did a certain things, you would get, first you would get a 1-star rating. Then you do a few more things, you get a 2-star rating. And the highest degree of rating that you could get is you could get a 3-star rating. So what happened is, and this was specific to the world of motorsport, and the first ever team to do that in the world to get a 3-star rating was a team we all know. If anyone follows F1 here, McLaren, teams which is in news right now. And the second team to actually do this around the world where to get to 3-star rating was Mahindra Racing. And for that, everyone, and this is going back to the careers point, everyone, whether it be the commercial head or the logistics head, everyone had to integrate sustainable practices into what they did every day. So when I used to get my flight tickets, I used to actually get on the ticket, what is the carbon footprint of this travel? Yeah. When we used to enter our offices, there used to be a leisure, and on that leisure you had to write down how many kilometers you traveled and what was your mode of transport. So all of those things actually used to get recorded, and these are the things which used to go into the sustainability rating. So how can we really find ways to gamify it for the younger generation to make sustainability really interesting and exciting? I think that's something that as a question we should all be asking ourselves, because that's the only way you get the community engaged and energized. Because you'll see that there is a lot of enthusiasm, there's a lot of energy in the generation. What is desired and what's always required is a bit of clarity and a bit of direction. And if we are able to provide that, I think this generation will do an incredible job of this.
Thank you. I think we have a little lesser time, but I would like to have Rajesh definitely give his views.
Yeah, I certainly wanted to add something to that. Sustainability, when we talk about sustainability, we talk about water replenishment projects, we talk about recycled content, we talk about EPR, which means collection and recycling. Everything comes at a cost, okay? While our organizations might say sustainability is at the core of our existence and stuff like that, but end of the day, it comes with a cost, okay? Now, having said that, when we have to really put our actions in terms of what we really want. Let's talk business, okay? Does the sustainability credentials of an organization necessarily result into an increase in business? Does it result into a purchase intent increase? Okay. So when you actually do a study of the various layers of probable consumers who are there to purchase your beverage, what some studies have revealed is that while a certain generation of people talk about sustainability, very important, but does that really translate into purchase intent? No. They don't want to buy for a sustainably sourced product. But good news for the youngsters sitting down here, Gen Z, Gen Y, Gen Z, whatever you people call themselves. The studies have revealed that your actions actually directly convert into a purchase intent for a beverage which is sustainably prepared. Okay, so I don't think you need a career in sustainability or you need to do something in sustainability, but by your simple daily actions of supporting sustainability initiatives of any one organization, you can actually contribute towards sustainability as a core. Thank you.
Thank you. So just before concluding, just a last remark I wanted to have. So there was a kid here last year, like Balipara Foundation, gave a great, I will say, privilege for me to get into a school here nearby. And the kid was asking a very simple question. Sir, people in Delhi and Bombay are very rich. And then another kid, not me, saying, no, I don't think so. That's right. And the other kid was saying, why you are talking about it? He said, just imagine if you are a kid in Delhi, how miserable they are. In summers, they can't go out because it's too hot. In winters, they can't go out because the great pollution we have. And do you think they are rich? They have the best of the parks, they have the best of the facilities, but they don't know when they will use it next because they have to be in the controlled environment. And here we are, we have the blue sky, we have the best of the waters, and we have the best food. So when we are talking about nature, we need to know how to measure it and also value it as we go forward and try to see if we can amplify in a different way. Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. Thank you all. Sorry, I'm taking 2 minutes more extra time. But one is, I think, what Anuj said last. Unless you value nature, it won't happen. I'll give an example. If there is an earthquake, God forbid, we are not here, but if there is and this building collapses, there's an insurance. If all the trees below are blown away by a cyclone, will you get any value? And the answer is probably no. But I'll leave you all with one thought and one slogan. I think we are a riverine civilization. The whole Northeast is based on one river and distributaries. Until the higher you go, there's streams. We should actually have a slogan to clean and keep the Brahmaputra water clean. I think that we should say, great Brahmaputra, clean Brahmaputra. We should start a whole campaign like that.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for that very, very informative and insightful session. I request our panelists to kindly stay with us for a little more time so that we can conclude it on a note of gratitude and our respect for you. I request our felicitation team to kindly help us in taking forward the felicitation. I request Professor Bipul Nath sir to kindly felicitate our moderator, the session moderator for today's third session, Mr. Anuj Sharma, founder of LCSAR Impact, South Asia's leading impact investing advisory firm, pioneering place-based incubation for Himalayan and frontier markets with a portfolio of 30+ social startups, empowering local communities, women, and climate resilience. Welcome once again. I request Bipul Nath sir, Professor Bipul Nath, to kindly felicitate Mr. Pankaj Madan, Chief Financial Officer and Lead ESG Varun Beverages, Lead for Environmental, Social and Governance Initiatives at Varun Beverages Limited, boasting over 35 years of experience gained across diverse international industries, including aviation, hospitality, retail, telecom, and manufacturing. I request Dr. Sthiti Porna Datta, Professor in the Department of Forensic Science, to kindly felicitate our panelists, Mr. Alok Chitra, Chief Business Officer at Rajasthan Royals, Mr. Alok Chitra has extensive global experience in commercial and marketing leadership across industries, sports, technology, consumer goods.
Thank you. Is that a degree from the university?
No, it's a facade of our university.
I request Dr. Sthiti to also felicitate Mr. Deep Roy, Managing Partner and Founding Partner at Equilex, a Mumbai-based boutique law firm specializing in banking, finance, insolvency, restructuring, and regulatory advisory. We once again express our gratitude to our panelist, Madam Babita Borua, for joining us for the second session of the day, and also Mr. Rajesh Ayapilla for joining us once again in the session. Can we have a group photograph together with all our panelists for the third session for today's morning half? I request all our panelists to kindly join together for a group photograph. If you can, sir, if we can have you at the center so that we can cover the backdrop properly. Dr. Sthiti Datta, I request you to join. Thank you so much. Our students, you be seated. We'll resume with the next session very soon. I'll say the same in Assamese, I'll say the same in Hindi, so that it becomes easier to understand.